Chapter 214. After 2 hours, almost all of the first 20 Upper Sky Advanced disciples had come out. Qin Wushuang calculated that it was almost his turn. From the expression of those Upper Sky Advanced disciples, apparently, they were somewhat disappointed with this exam. After all, this exam was a threshold. Whether one could enter the top 3 and become a core disciple, after this round, they would have an idea. Among them, a portion of the Upper Sky had reached the Upper Sky Spiritual Martial Force with the help of the Upper Sky Initial Stage Pill. Apparently, they did not have the qualifications to become a core disciple. However, everyone wanted to be lucky. Each of them hoped that some miracle would happen during the exam and allow them to escape the inspection. However, for a major sect like the Stargaze Palace, how could they make such a low-level mistake? The tool used to test the upper sky was a spiritual skyboard. It was divided into 5 areas according to the 5 elements like 5 stars. In the middle of the round board, there was a giant sparkling and translucent jade stone. Apparently, it was used to test the spiritual chi. That jade stone was in the shape of a bar. Each section had a regular pattern. Qin Wushuang? That head examiner smiled lightly. Yes. Qin Wushuang answered. Now, the entire Stargaze Palace is paying attention to you. They are watching to see if you can get a perfect score in the Advanced Disciple exam. This is a crucial test. Are you ready? Yes. Qin Wushuang answered. Okay, please open your hand and press your 5 fingers on the corresponding 5 elemental areas. Activate the spiritual chi in your sea of spiritual chi with all your strength and do not leave any room. Do you understand? Activate with all my strength. Qin Wushuang looked at that spiritual skyboard with some hesitation. Especially that jade stone, could it withstand the full activation of the spiritual chi of an upper sky realm warrior? Yes, don't worry, this spiritual sky jade board was created for the Advanced Disciple exam. For sure, it will withstand the test. Unless you are at the middle stage and activate too much spiritual chi, you will not be able to destroy this thing. Qin Wushuang could not help but look at it a few more times. There was such a miraculous thing. Regardless, since that examiner had said it this way, Qin Wushuang would not doubt it. Stretching out his right hand, Zhongxian focused all his attention on the attack. As he pressed his 5 fingers down, the chi sea in his body immediately opened. Spiritual power flowed along the path of the heavenly pulse condensed sword and rushed toward the heavenly spirit chart. The examiner smiled and said, "Do you see this piece of jade?" There were a total of 5 boxes, and each box represented 10 points. Yu Xiantian disciples are already able to obtain 50 basic points. As for Hutian realm martial artists, they can only be evaluated below 50 basic points. On the other hand, a Xiantian realm senior disciple would be evaluated with a base score of more than 50 points. This is the difference between you two. Although they are all innate masters, each of these 5 grids is a watershed. If your spiritual energy can make one of the jades light up, you will get 10 points, and so on. If you can make 5 jades light up, you will get 50 points, which means you will get full marks again. The examiner explained everything in detail, allowing Qin Wushuang to fully digest the content of the assessment. Qin Wushuang did not have the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. The spiritual power in his body continuously surged out. On the first try, one of the jades suddenly lit up, emitting a bright red light, appearing incomparably square. Good, this is the fire attribute. Your spiritual energy can already light up the fire attribute in the heavenly spirit chart. Not bad, keep up the good work. Before he finished speaking, another jade on the heavenly spirit chart lit up. This time, it was completely green. Very good, this is the wood attribute. Congratulations, you can get 20 points. Qin Wushuang secretly sneered. Another stream of spiritual energy surged out from his ring finger, directly entering the left side of the heavenly spirit chart. Left, west, right, east. This left side corresponded to the west side, which corresponded to the metal attribute. Sure enough, on the jade, a white light suddenly shone, and another box lit up. The examiner praised, "Very good, 3 boxes. Qin Wushuang, you are the senior disciple who has completed the most in this assessment. Of course, all of this was not over. Qin Wushuang urged again, and another stream of spiritual energy gushed out from his index finger. The heavenly spirit chart only felt a slight tremor, and a box on the heavenly spirit chart suddenly lit up, emitting a mysterious light. This was the north side, which corresponded to the water attribute. At this moment, the examiner had already held his breath. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but more of it was anticipation. This was a very urgent feeling, a feeling of longing to witness a miracle. He had to admit that he had already appreciated Qin Wushuang to a certain extent. The boy in front of him was really too powerful. Looking at his appearance, he was not at all strenuous like the other Xiantian disciples. His strength was evenly distributed, and in understatement, he passed 4 tests consecutively. Now, in this last test, he felt that there was no reason why Qin Wushuang could not pass it. At this moment, he had almost forgotten his own identity. He was completely in the position of a spectator, watching Qin Wushuang's expression to his heart's content, instead of being an examiner for Qin Wushuang. In one breath, Qin Wushuang spurted out the qi from his middle finger. Once again, the heavenly spirit chart emitted a slight buzzing sound. That jade stone in the middle suddenly lit up and emitted a dazzling yellow light. 5 boxes of jade stone, 5 rays of light blossomed like hundreds of flowers. It was extremely resplendent and made that examiner could not help but clap his hands and praise. Good job, Qin Wushuang, full marks, full marks. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and pulled back his right hand from the heavenly spirit chart with a smile. A moment ago, he had not exerted all his strength. He had not even used half of his spiritual qi. Even so, his performance had already made that examiner cry out in joy. 5 rounds, 500 points. That examiner encouraged Qin Wushuang with a somewhat excited tone. Qin Wushuang, keep working hard. For the last round, I believe that you will pass with full marks. A new perfect score is about to appear. For sure, the Stargaze Palace record that has been dormant for 16 years will be broken again. Instantly, news of Qin Wushuang's enchanting performance spread out. Each of those advanced disciples outside could not find any other emotion besides admiration. Even if they were competitors, they could only admit their inferiority when they met someone like Qin Wushuang. They could only admit defeat and fight for the remaining 2 spots. After these 5 rounds of competition, Qin Wushuang's lead had increased by more than 100 points. In other words, even if he gave up in the last round and the second place got a full 100 points, it would not affect his position as the champion. One could almost say that this was a rare grand occasion in the history of the Stargaze Palace's Advanced Disciple exam. Before the exam had ended, the champion had already emerged. Now, there were only 2 suspense. First, it would depend on the last round of the exam who would get the remaining 2 spots. The other suspense was also the biggest one in the Stargaze Palace. Of course, it would depend on whether Qin Wushuang could get full marks and equal the record set by Wei Yi 16 years ago. The last round, comprehensive exam. However, this round of exam would be held on the 3rd day. Up to this point, the exam on the 2nd day had already ended. It was also getting late. After a night of rest, the 3rd day would be the last day of the exam. The exam for the 3 echelons of the Stargaze Palace would end in 3 days. Then, it would be the core ranking competition that would last for half a month. It would be the grand finale before the new year. After the end of the ranking competition, it would be the new year. They would bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Thus, no one wanted to bring their regrets into the new year. For this core ranking competition, they would give it their all. However, this time, strangely, everyone did not discuss the core ranking competition ahead of time. For the 5 lines of the 5 palace masters, many disciples of the Shakyamuni and elders were discussing one topic. Could Qin Wushuang from the line of the 2nd palace master obtain a full mark? Could he do what Wei Yi had done 16 years ago? In the history of the Stargaze Palace, besides the line of the head palace master, no other disciple from the other palaces had obtained this honor. If Qin Wushuang had obtained this full mark, it would be a new record in the Stargaze Palace. Tan Zhongqi had left the main palace early and returned to the Green Cloud Palace. For this exam, he decided to keep a low profile and let his disciples perform. For the other palace masters, besides the head palace master, all of them stayed in the main palace. Zhong Wuyin, the third palace master, laughed. Fourth, fifth, for this advanced disciple exam, the winner is destined to be from the line of the second palace master. This time, second will be proud. Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, sighed helplessly. This time, second is really lucky. Last time, I was already feeling depressed when he tried to take that Qin Wushuang to his line. Everyone knows that those who could emerge from the subordinate countries and become the winner of the martial arts student exam are 100% good seedlings. Unfortunately, he had snatched the first soup. At that time, if I had gotten him, I would be the one to be proud. Although Tian Zhixing and Tan Zhongqi had a little bit of unhappiness because of what happened in West Chu, he was a humorous person and did not hold grudges. He would not go against Tan Zhongqi and would only sigh. However, Leng Qiuqi, the fourth palace master, still maintained his cold face as he sneered, "It's not too bad to be fat. No matter how good you are in the advanced disciple exam, there is a limit. It's just a matter of not being able to enter the top 10 of the core ranking competition." Tian Zhixing sighed. "Fourth, you can't say it like that. Qin Wushuang had just entered this year. Even if he could not enter the top 10, he still has a lot of chances. Now, he is only 17 or 18 years old. Give him 3 or 5 years to grow, it would not be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Zhong Wuyin said curiously, "I say, fifth, that Qin Wushuang holds a grudge against your 2 core disciples. Why are you speaking for him?" "I am only speaking the truth. In the end, it's always a good thing for such a figure to appear in the Stargaze Palace. Now, I would like to see if he can get a perfect 600 points. If he can, in the future, this kid will become a supreme figure like Wei Yi. It would be the fortune of the Stargaze Palace." Tian Zhixing had an open mind. However, Zhong Wuyin said, "Perfect score? How could it be that easy? Even if he had the strength, the line of the head palace master would not be happy to see this." As soon as he said these words, both Leng Qiuqi and Tian Zhixing's expression froze as they revealed a strange smile. They could not help but look around as if they were afraid that the head palace master would suddenly come out from the corner. "Sorry, there is still a second chapter, it will continue to come out." Li Tian would never dig a hole for himself and develop the bad habit of delaying chapters. He would not find an excuse for himself to be lazy and continue to write. Only, everyone will have to wait a little longer. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 215. Also inside the main palace, outside the private forbidden area of the head palace master, a head butler who was in charge of the advanced disciple exam was standing outside carefully. He had come to see the head palace master. Initially, this head butler also came from the line of the head palace master. Thus, he had a strong sense of belonging to the line of the head palace master and was extremely loyal. After a moment, a boy walked out and said with a smile, "Mr. Butler, the head palace master invites you in." That head butler nodded with a smile and followed the boy inside. After passing through a few corridors, they arrived at a secluded, forbidden secret chamber. This secret chamber was like a maze, full of twists and turns. If it weren't for the boy leading the way, it would be difficult for the chief deacon to guarantee that he wouldn't get lost. Finally, before a giant secret room, the boy stopped and said respectfully, "Mr. Butler, please go in." That butler did not dare to neglect as he restrained his steps and walked in quietly. Inside the secret room, the head palace master was resting with his eyes closed. When he saw him enter, he slowly opened his eyes. "Little Tang, what business do you have with me?" Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, asked with a smile. The head palace master had always presented himself as a generous person. Of course, he was no exception. "Tomorrow, I will be in charge of the advanced disciple exam. I have some questions and would like to ask you to give me some pointers." That head butler answered carefully. "Oh," the head palace master said lightly, as the head butler, "Did you not understand the rules of the exam? Or could it be that you do not understand the rules?" Replying to first palace master, This subordinate is very clear about the rules and details. Then what other questions are there? The head palace master asked lightly. I would like to know, what do you think of that Qin Wushuang's results? The head palace master frowned slightly. What? Little Tang, do you think his results are fake? No, that Qin Wushuang does have exceptional talent and his results are not fake. Only, tomorrow is the last round of exam. For this round of exam, should we continue to let Qin Wushuang's limelight rise, or should we suppress him? When that butler Tang said this, he was also trembling with fear. To put it bluntly, he had come this time with a bit of fluke mentality. His performance was naturally to curry favor with the first palace master, which was equivalent to a huge gamble. If the head palace master was really hinting, then he could use his status as the head deacon to suppress Qin Wushuang's results tomorrow, making it impossible for Qin Wushuang to break the head palace master's faction's monopoly of getting full marks in the advanced disciple assessment. Based on his understanding of the first palace master's faction, he felt that the first palace master's faction did not wish for Qin Wushuang to be in the limelight. After all, at the Stargaze Palace, everyone was used to seeing the line of the head palace master in the limelight. In the Stargaze Palace, in order to stand out from the line of the head palace master, this line would be the core. Now that Qin Wushuang was in the limelight, it was obvious that he had overshadowed the limelight of the first palace master's faction. At the very least, the champion of the advanced disciple assessment was taken away by him. Now, if Qin Wushuang were to get a perfect score, it would create a new history. Thus, he decided to test the head palace master's opinion. Zhuo Buchuan shook his head lightly and suddenly asked, "Is it your own decision to come here, or is it the combined opinion of all the other deacons?" "It's my own opinion. The other deacons do not know." Zhuo Buchuan gave a light sigh and nodded. "Okay, then you can go back." "Go back?" Suddenly, Zhuo Buchuan's expression became serious. "If you are not going back, do you want to stay here for the night?" "Little Tang, you came from the line of the head palace master. I understand that you are loyal to this faction. However, if you feel that you should do something evil and break the iron rules of the Stargaze Palace, then you would be the greatest sinner of the Stargaze Palace. Since you came to me today to talk about these things, you should be punished. Since it's your first offense, I am only giving you a warning. There will not be a next time." That Deacon Tang's face was filled with shame. He felt that he had acted as a petty person in vain. Hearing the tone of the head palace master, apparently, he did not have the intention to suppress him. Although the Stargaze Palace has set up 5 palace masters, in the end, the Stargaze Palace is still a whole. Even if there are some conflicts between the 5 factions, it is all internal competition. This is a form of healthy competition where we promote each other and progress together. If we were to suppress them with malicious intentions, then it would be a malicious competition. The result would be to drain the pond to fish, burn the forest to hunt. It would be a strategy to cut off the roots. In the end, it would cut off the spiritual source of the Stargaze Palace. Without the core spirit of unity, how could the Stargaze Palace become the core sect of the Great Luo Empire? How could we defend against external invasions and deal with internal problems? His words made Deacon Tang feel extremely ashamed as he covered his face and retreated. Zhuo Buchuan sighed helplessly. After he saw that Deacon Tang had retreated, he mumbled to himself after a while, "The Stargaze Palace does not have any enemies in the Great Luo Empire. We have lived like princes for a long time and barely have any sense of risk. If we do not accept some external competition and pressure, not to mention the next generation of disciples, even the old guys would become complacent and become interested in internal conflicts. It's not a long-term plan since they have no sense of danger and no foresight. I must remind them." When he said here, suddenly, Zhuo Buchuan revealed a trace of a knowing smile. He glanced at the door. "Yi, since you are here, why are you loitering around?" Outside the door, that Wei Yi walked in with a light smile after his teacher had revealed his whereabouts. "It's an honor to meet you, teacher. No need for formalities. Yi, for this exam, did those junior brothers have a good result?" For the line of the head palace master, the head palace master did not ask about many matters. Instead, he had given Wei Yi full authority to take care of it. After all, He was the master of the entire Stargaze Palace. He had to take care of the major matters of the entire Stargaze Palace. Wei Yi could take care of the matters of his own lineage and slowly train his leadership skills. It would also build a good foundation for Wei Yi to take over the head palace. Besides a few abnormal performances, they were all okay. Of course, there were also some that performed well. Overall, it was about the same as before. Yes, for these matters, you can take care of it. Apparently, the head palace master did not care much about these matters. He looked at the door and asked, "A moment ago, Butler Tang came in. Do you know why he came?" "No, I didn't ask him when I saw him leave in shame." Sit down," Zhuo Buchuan said with a serious expression. Wei Yi did not neglect and sat down on the lower seat. "A moment ago, Butler Tang came to ask me whether we should suppress Qin Wushuang's momentum for tomorrow's advanced disciple exam." What do you think?" After a moment of thinking, Wei Yi shook his head. "I don't think it's appropriate." "Oh, tell me the reason," Zhuo Buchuan asked with a somewhat gratified tone. "I think that Qin Wushuang's momentum has already been established. If we suppress him, it will not stop the mouths of the people in the world. Instead of suppressing him, it's better to let him come out. After all, to the Stargaze Palace, it's a great thing for Qin Wushuang to come out." Wei Yi's answer was extremely upright. Zhuo Buchuan laughed. I feel gratified that you are able to say these words. I've always heard that our core disciples had a tyrannical atmosphere at the Virtuous Cloud Summit. I never asked about this matter. Do you know why?" "I don't know." Inwardly, Wei Yi was slightly shocked. Regarding the tyrannical atmosphere, Wei Yi might have contributed to it. After all, he was the senior brother and had more or less acted as a protective umbrella. Hearing his teacher's words, of course, he felt somewhat nervous. "I wanted to test you and wait for you to realize it yourself. This is a form of breadth of mind. If I were to point it out, it would be too deliberate. I am waiting for you to realize it yourself. As a whole, the Stargaze Palace does not only have my line of descendants. And for the Stargaze Palace, it would not be enough to support such a huge business with only my disciples. I will not comment on your past actions. In the future, you should respect yourself." Wei Yi only felt waves of coldness from his back as cold sweat emerged. He had always thought that his sect had kept these things a secret and that his master would never know about it. Unexpectedly, his teacher knew everything like the back of his hand. In fact, to some extent, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his senior brother's actions. "Teacher, I am slow-witted, please punish me." Zhuo Buchuan laughed freely. "Why should I punish you? It's just a small matter, it's not a big deal. I just want you to understand that the gains and losses within the sect will never help the development of the Stargaze Palace. It will also not determine the height of the Stargaze Palace. You need to know that it's not spring when a single branch stands out, but when 100 flowers bloom together, spring fills the garden." Revealing a solemn expression, Wei Yi pondered over Zhuo Buchuan's words. "If you were the chief disciple of one of the other branches and had such thoughts of internal strife, I definitely wouldn't be so harsh on you. However, you have the natural spiritual roots and are the head disciple of my line. You should set your sights on the overall height of the Stargaze Palace, and not fight for the gains and losses of the corners. The height will determine your vision will determine your breadth of mind, and your breadth of mind will determine your entire life stage." The head palace master instructed Wei Yi with sincere and heartfelt words. He was instructing this head disciple that he had always nurtured with great care. For someone with the natural spiritual roots, he did not want Wei Yi to squander such exceptional talent. Wei Yi's back was drenched in sweat. "Teacher, I was stubborn in the past and had let you down. I will go back now and reflect on my mistakes." "Yes, the appearance of this Qin Wushuang is indeed a good thing to the Stargaze Palace. To you, it's also a good thing," Zhuo Buchuan said seriously. "Before, I was worried that in the entire Stargaze Palace, there was no one that could match you. There was no one that could beat you and make you not dare to slack off. Now, such a figure has finally appeared. Although Qin Wushuang might not have the natural spiritual roots, I am sure that his future is limitless. You two will be the two shining stars of the next generation of the Stargaze Palace. In the end, who will shine more brightly, it will depend on your own height. When the head palace master said up to this point, his tone was unusually solemn. Apparently, he was not trying to scare him by deliberately creating pressure for Wei Yi. Instead, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 216. Then, he looked at Wei Yi with a meaningful gaze. Suddenly, he gave a light sigh. Currently, Qin Wushuang is also a piece of unpolished jade. His personality still needs to be polished. There is the so-called saying of how it's easy to break too hard. Although his actions in the subordinate countries were for revenge, there are suspicions of excessive killing. Yes, it's not a bad thing for a young man to be full of vigor. The difference between the two of you can be seen after the age of 40. Wei Yi was surprised. He knew that Qin Wushuang was exceptional. However, for a long time, he felt that in the Stargaze Palace, there was only one natural spiritual roots. Of course, this advantage was not something the other disciples could compare with. Thus, he had gotten used to the feeling of being far ahead of others. Now, hearing his teacher's words that Qin Wushuang was on par with him and had the potential to surpass him, of course, Wei Yi was extremely shocked. Inwardly, cold sweat emerged from his forehead and he did not dare to show the slightest trace of neglect. The height would determine your vision. Your vision would determine your breadth of mind. Your breadth of mind would determine your entire life stage. He pondered over his master's thought-provoking words, and gradually, he smacked his lips and began to understand. When he walked out of his teacher's secret room, suddenly, Wei Yi felt that his chest had opened up. Suddenly, some of the knots that had been tangled in his head had been untied. On the third day of the exam, it was still a cold day with the howling north wind. However, the exam atmosphere at the Stargaze Palace was extremely intense and fiery. All the advanced disciples had gathered and were waiting for the exam. Among them, Qin Wushuang was already extremely calm. After the baptism of the previous 5 rounds of exam, he no longer felt any pressure from this exam. Instead, he treated it as a form of enjoyment. The last round would be the overall exam. It would also be the final exam. Everyone, I believe that you have been looking forward to this last exam for a long time. The trial isn't complicated at all. Simply put, it's about hunting. Hunt. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved. That examiner said with a smile, in the virtuous Heaven Mountain Range, the Stargaze Palace has a few dozen exam areas. Usually, no one is allowed to enter. It would only be opened to the public during the year-end assessment. The 600 of you will be divided into 10 groups and enter 10 different trial zones. We will put in the same number of Xiantian elementary spirit beasts as you do in each trial zone. Unlike the wild ones, these initial stage spiritual beasts were reared by the Stargaze Palace. In terms of spiritual power, they were inferior to wild elementary spirit beasts, but their offensive and defensive power were similar. There were 60 elementary spiritual beasts in each trial zone. Every time you capture one alive, you will get 20 points. Every time you kill one, you will get 10 points. Ah! Wouldn't there be more people than beasts then? Yeah, there's only one for each person on average. This score, those senior disciples started to discuss spiritedly. It was obvious that they didn't understand this rule. This was especially true for those who were weaker and didn't do well in the previous martial arts level test. As for the Xiantian advanced disciples, they were all calm and collected. Obviously, they had a great advantage in this kind of competition for resources. The examiner smiled and nodded. What you said is correct. There were more people, but fewer spirit beast. It means that in the end, many of you will come out empty-handed and will not get half a point. And some of you will get full points. This is the exam. The goal of the exam is to distinguish the strong and the weak. Besides using all your strength, it's useless for you to complain. As soon as he said these words, those complaining disciples also shut their mouths obediently. The rules of the Stargaze Palace were like this. Everything depended on competition. If you were not strong enough, don't expect the rules to take care of you. The rules were to highlight the strong and whip the weak. There would not be any favoritism or sympathy. Suddenly, that examiner raised his voice again. There is one point that you must pay attention to. For this hunt, there is a rule that everyone must follow. That is, no one is allowed to steal the spiritual beasts from others. In other words, if you already got one spiritual beast, then congratulations, you have earned the corresponding points. If anyone comes to steal, the points will still belong to the person who started it. The person who stole will be disqualified. As soon as this rule was spoken, a portion of the upper sky warriors' faces darkened. Apparently, many of them had thought of stealing. However, the rules had restricted them from doing so. This rule will ensure that all of you have room to perform. Don't waste your time to deal with the robbing from your friends. Of course, if two people discover the spirit beast at the same time and they don't have it, either of them has the right to fight for it. However, there is no first come, first served rule. Whoever gets it before they get it will get it. Qin Wushuang thought about the rules of this exam and thought, since we cannot steal from each other, then for this exam, we must make the first move. From the beginning, we must maintain our strength and take the initiative to attack. It is not advisable to wait patiently or wait for time. The full score is 100 points. You can get these points by getting 5 living spiritual beasts. Indeed, that examiner said, finally, I must repeat one thing. For this last exam, the full score is still 100 points. In other words, if you get 100 points, you can choose to withdraw immediately. It is because in the future, even if you get more spiritual beasts, you will not get more than 100 points. Of course, if you want to use this to suppress your competitors, you can stay inside and fight with them. The rules also allow you to limit your competitors' points. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and inwardly, he thought, how bored would that person be to do that? Moreover, the competitors with close total scores may not be in the same training area. After the announcement of the rules, under the examiner's lead, the 10 training groups came to their respective training areas. Qin Wushuang's group had 60 advanced disciples. Apart from him, there were 2 upper sky warriors. The distribution of strength was relatively even. The leading deacon pointed to the entrance and said, after you enter, you must be careful. If you want to leave early, you must not go out easily. Because once the training area is activated, there will be a spiritual fence around it. You cannot leave easily. This spiritual fence is also to prevent the spiritual beasts from escaping after entering. With this spiritual fence, they will not be able to escape. You also don't have to worry about the loss of spiritual beasts. The total number will not change. It will depend on how you fight. Understood? Understood. That deacon waved his hand. Go in. 60 advanced disciples all rushed in. Amidst this giant wave, Qin Wushuang appeared extremely calm. However, as soon as he went in, he immediately sped up. His figure flickered a few times before disappearing from the trial forest alone. The trial area was 100 miles wide. It was quite difficult to find 60 spirit beasts in this area. However, this exam was different than the one in the Bayou country. That exam was to find the jade plates. The jade plates were dead, but the spiritual beasts were alive. To find the jade plates, they could rob each other. There was a lot of fighting and scheming. And to hunt the spiritual beasts, they could not rob each other. They could focus on hunting. To Qin Wushuang, the difficulty of this hunt was much easier than finding the jade plates. After all, at that time, Qin Wushuang was not at the upper sky realm and did not have the ability to sense the spiritual qi. And now, as soon as he initiated his upper sky qi, he could investigate the surrounding 10 miles in detail. To put it bluntly, even if he were to use a carpet search, he could find all 60 spiritual beasts as long as he had enough time. Compared to initial stage warriors at the same level, regardless of attack or defense, spiritual beasts at the initial stage were much weaker. However, to those pre-sky realm warriors, they were dangerous. Fortunately, these were the spiritual beasts raised by the Stargaze Palace. Although they were aggressive, the beast tamers had informed them that they were not allowed to kill Stargaze disciples. Or else, Many of these advanced disciples were pre-sky realm warriors. Most likely, they would not be able to win against the spiritual beasts and get swallowed by them. Qin Wushuang rushed forward and used the snake-shaped soft whip to pave the way. He pretended to rush forward. Suddenly, he twisted his body and shot to the right as if he had suddenly made a turn. The snake-shaped soft whip in his hand sent out 3 circles of whip shadows and coiled around the dense foliage on the right. Chirp chirp, with a sharp cry, Qin Wushuang dragged a furry white sable before him like a giant mouse that was trapped inside the snake-shaped soft whip. Qin Wushuang chuckled and threw this white sable into his storage bag. 20 points. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered something when he touched the storage bag. He reached in and grabbed an ancient scroll. Indeed, it was the catalogue of the beast he had acquired from that man in black when he had first entered the virtuous Cloud Mountain range to train. He still remembered clearly that at that time, that man in black had only moved his lips a few times and said a few words in the beast language. Then, he had attracted a large group of poisonous snakes. Qin Wushuang opened this long scroll and skimmed through it from beginning to end. Inwardly, he thought that this beast language was too complicated. He would not be able to master it in 3 to 5 years. He wanted to see if there were any quick incantations that could actively communicate with spirit beasts or even lure them out. After a while, Qin Wushuang's eyes lit up. He had really found something similar. It was a simple piece of spirit beast language. There were more than a dozen simple phrases used to greet spirit beasts. Qin Wushuang looked at the incantation and imitated it on the spot according to the pronunciation written on it. Wu Jiu La, Ha Chani Bo Wa, Chun Kun Qin Wushuang recited this strange pronunciation. He had no idea what it meant. He only felt that these incoherent pronunciations could not be described with human language. After reciting it a few times, Qin Wushuang finally grasped this phrase. He recited it a few more times in his heart. He did not have much confidence in it and did not know if it would be useful. As if he was learning how to speak, Qin Wushuang was a little embarrassed to open his mouth. Fortunately, this trial area was wide and there was no one around to watch. This gave Qin Wushuang courage. His voice was neither fast nor slow. He picked up the incantation word by word, Wu Jiu La. At first, Qin Wushuang felt that he did not have a good grasp of the incantation. Then, he twirled his tongue and imitated it 2 more times. Gradually, he got the hang of it. He felt an indescribable awkwardness in his heart. He thought to himself, talking to animals is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. However, what Qin Wushuang did not expect was that as a monk who had just learned to chant scriptures, he really had some affinity with Buddhism. As he recited the beast language, he immediately sensed it with his spiritual sense. He clearly heard rustling sounds all around and the sound of spirit beasts running over could be heard. It was so effective. Qin Wushuang was delighted. Today's 4 chapters are very late. Sorry. Tomorrow's 4 chapters are still the same. Li Tian will try to finish early. Yes, it's the 3rd last day. I still have to ask for monthly votes. In the final battle, any name is a great honor. Fighting for honor, no matter how tired I am, I will fight. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 217. To a pre-sky realm martial artist, most likely, they would not be able to hear this voice as it was as soft as a mosquito. However, to Qin Wushuang, it was extremely clear. Overjoyed, Qin Wushuang continued to show a harmless expression and kept repeating that nonsensical beast language. In a moment, 5 or 6 spiritual beasts of different shapes and sizes poked their heads out. Only, these little guys were still on guard. They did not let down their guard against this Qin Wushuang with a bad accent. Qin Wushuang felt extremely surprised as he thought, could it be that the words I said are the same as the English from my former world, an international language? How come all kinds of spiritual beasts can understand this? Or is it because I have a strong personality that these spiritual beasts were attracted by my upper sky presence? Regardless of the reason, Qin Wushuang decided to make a move. Although he felt that learning their language and using this method to lure them would hurt his personality. However, since he would not harm their lives, he could complete his task after capturing 5 spiritual beasts. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang raised his right arm lightly. He shook the snake-shaped soft whip lightly and shot out a beautiful arc along with the movement of his arm. Instantly, it formed 5 waves of spiritual qi ripples that rolled out at the same time. Whoosh! Instantly, the 5 initial stage spiritual beasts were surrounded by the spiritual qi. He swung the whip back and captured them one by one. At such a close distance, plus they were not on guard against Qin Wushuang, all of them had become captives after Qin Wushuang's move. Qin Wushuang twitched his mouth into a smile and continued to use his suffocated beast language to comfort them while gesturing. The general idea was, "Little guys, don't worry, I caught you guys for an errand, I will not harm your lives." It was unknown if Qin Wushuang's beast language was effective, or if it had something to do with his natural affinity. Those little guys were not afraid after being caught by him. Instead, each of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Qin Wushuang. Apparently, they were curious about this young man who understood the beast language. For your information, even the beast tamers from the Stargaze Palace only knew simple beast language. Most of them still used hand gestures to communicate. It was impossible for him to master the systematic beast language. Although Qin Wushuang did not have a systematic grasp of the language, the few sentences he used to communicate with the spirit beasts were complete sentences and not simple phrases or nouns. This naturally surprised the spirit beasts. Including the spirit beast from before and the 5 spirit beasts this time, Qin Wushuang had already captured 6 spirit beasts. In this way, it was more than enough for him to get full marks. At this moment, less than an hour had passed since the start of the assessment. Qin Wushuang thought, if we go out at this time, it would be strange if we don't arouse suspicion. Why don't I take this opportunity to practice the simplest greetings in the catalogue of beasts? This skill might come in handy in the future. With that in mind, Qin Wushuang found a secluded corner and took out a white ferret. According to Qin Wushuang's language learning experience, a language environment was very important. Since there was a ready-made conversation target here, of course, he would not let it go. This way, this white ferret was suffering. Each time Qin Wushuang learned a sentence, he used a lot of effort and made that white ferret speechless. After half a day of learning, Qin Wushuang finally mastered 3 sentences. These 3 sentences were nothing more than "Hello, I have no hostility, and let's be friends." Qin Wushuang was surprised to find that the pronunciation of the spiritual beast language could not be compared to the profound human language. The pronunciation was extremely simple and there were not many complicated sentences. What was even more surprising was that the last 3 syllables of the beast language always ended with chun kun Initially, Qin Wushuang did not understand the meaning of these 3 syllables. Later, after some thought, he understood that these were the words used to enhance the tone of the conversation. It was equivalent to ya. After understanding some of the rules, Qin Wushuang finally had some ideas and gradually became familiar with it. Communicating with that white ferret was no longer so strenuous. After a day like this, Qin Wushuang was incomparably engrossed and his enthusiasm for learning was very high. Under the guidance of the little white ferret, he could already carry out short conversations. Looking at the sky again, the sun was already setting in the west. In the blink of an eye, dusk was coming. Once dusk arrived, the examination time would end. Qin Wushuang did not delay any longer. He was thinking, should he borrow a white ferret from the examiner after he left? Walking to the edge of the examination area, the examiner saw Qin Wushuang and smiled. "Qin Wushuang, you came out a little late." Qin Wushuang pretended to say, "My luck was a little bad today." The examiner was moved and asked, "You didn't get 100 points?" "Then I did." Qin Wushuang took out all 6 spiritual beasts and asked with a smile, "Mr. Examiner, I have a request. Can you lend me one of these spiritual beasts?" "Lend you one?" That examiner shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't dare to promise you this. We are in charge of reviewing your grades. You must hand in all these spiritual beasts. If you really want to borrow them, you must find Shakyamuni Kangzi, who who is in charge of the spiritual beasts. Only he is qualified to approve this matter. Qin Wushuang felt helpless. Another Shakyamuni. It seemed that it would be difficult to survive in the Stargaze Palace without establishing a good relationship with the 8 Shakyamuni. Each of the 8 Shakyamuni in the Stargaze Palace had their own duties. They were all people with high authority in the Stargaze Palace. After the review, that examiner recorded a big perfect score on Qin Wushuang's last report. He gave a thumbs up and sighed. Qin Wushuang, did you know? You've broken the record that's been sealed for 16 years. Good job. Qin Wushuang smiled and did not show off. To many of the upper sky disciples, this last round of exam was not difficult. After the exam, almost all the upper sky elite warriors from each exam site had obtained a perfect score. And the gap between the pre-sky realm warriors had widened again. However, regardless of how high the scores of the other upper sky warriors had obtained in the last round, they could not shake Qin Wushuang's position as the champion. Everyone did not even care about who had advanced. The entire Stargaze Palace was spreading a message. That was another perfect score had appeared. Finally, the 16-year-old record had appeared again. And this time, the person who had obtained this result did not come from the line of the head palace master. This was another brand new record. Once again, Qin Wushuang's name had become the most talked about person in the entire Stargaze Palace. Those martial arts students from the Bayou country were even more excited. They were as excited as if they had achieved this result themselves. Although none of the martial arts students from the Bayou country had obtained the qualification to advance in the initial disciple exam, they still felt excited. That night, these martial arts students gathered together and chatted excitedly. Especially He Zicheng, he mumbled, Qin Wushuang is too monstrous. He became a core disciple in his first year in the Stargaze Palace. Shouldn't we feel ashamed? However, Tongyang said, what are you ashamed of? Among all the disciples from the subordinate countries, besides Qin Wushuang, only one person had advanced. It was this person who had suffered the humiliation of kneeling under young Master Xing's feet. Haha, that Qi Yinfeng did have an exceptional strength. Unfortunately, he had encountered Marquis Wushuang. This meant that his life was destined to be filled with tragedy. Didn't he get killed by Marquis Wushuang, his grandpa that he was so proud of? When Simon Xing thought about the end of the Great Wu, he felt extremely happy. Previously, he had been holding a grudge when he was injured by the martial arts students from the Great Wu. In fact, that Qi Yinfeng is also a disaster. Wan Jinpeng said in a low voice. What disaster? Even his grandpa could not defeat Marquis Wushuang. Could he do better? So what if he had become an advanced disciple? Now, Marquis Wushuang is already a core disciple. Not only did the difference not decrease, it increased. He Zicheng said angrily, Tongyang, you are good friends with Qin Wushuang. After the core ranking competition, invite them to come together. The disciples of the Bai you can gather together. Regardless, this is our first year away from home, we can't be alone, right? Everyone looked at Tongyang. Tongyang nodded, I mentioned it to him before, and he didn't seem to object. Now, let's not go find him. The core ranking competition is about to start, we cannot distract him. Yes. Simon Xing nodded and agreed, the higher Marquis Wushuang's grade, the more face our Bayou will have. Hopefully, this time, he can make it to the top 30. That would be good. I think more than that. Wan Jinpeng said. Tongyang, what rank do you think he will make? Tongyang said seriously, from my teacher's estimation, Shakyamuni Li Hua, Marquis Wushuang even has the strength to make it to the top 10. Top 10. Everyone was shocked. Everyone remembered that even Wei Yi had missed the top 10 when he had obtained perfect scores in all 6 of the advanced disciple exams 16 years ago and entered the core ranking. He had barely been pushed to the 11th place. If Qin Wushuang could truly make it to the top 10, then he would have surpassed Wei Yi's glory from that year. Indeed, this honor would be incredible. Top 10. If Marquis Wushuang could make it to the top 10, our Bayou would have truly become rich. He Zicheng sighed, regardless, Marquis Wushuang is destined to be a legend in our Bayou country. Ah, Thinking back to when he had just emerged and won first place in the martial arts student exam, I was somewhat unconvinced. Now, it seems, how could trash like us have the qualifications to doubt his grade? We don't even have the qualifications to be jealous of him. Different from these martial arts students from the Bayou, the martial arts students from the Great Wu could only force a happy face to celebrate Qi Yinfeng's promotion. However, even for Qi Yinfeng, he could not feel happy. There was no other reason. Qi Shengnan's death had hit him too hard. Before Qin Wushuang, he even felt a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before. For such a giant figure, even if he wanted to seek revenge, he would most likely never catch up to Qin Wushuang's achievements. Boss Qi, the dead cannot come back to life. You must restrain your grief. Regardless, the future of the Great Wu still depends on us, the younger generation. If even we lose our fighting spirit, then the Great Wu would truly have no hope. One of the martial arts students tried to persuade him. Qi Yinfeng nodded. Don't worry, I will not give up. Regardless of how difficult the road ahead is, I will never give up. You guys too, never say give up. Even if the disciples from the Bayou provoke and bully us, we must endure the humiliation and not cause any more trouble. I don't believe that the Great Wu will not have a day to rise up. P.S. Today, it's still 4 chapters, try to deliver it before 21:30 p.m., a copy of Wealthy Families, book number 173-6660. In this mediocre era, the ordinary people worked hard to climb up and looked up at the riches and honor of the wealthy families. However, they did not understand that under the bright and dazzling outer clothing, the struggle of the higher-ups was no less than the struggle of the little people. Drifting in the circle of wealth and power, one would not be able to protect themselves with the slightest carelessness. Let's see how a domineering, ostentatious, and rebellious man would go against the current in this black-bellied and shrewd society. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 218. Qin Wushuang had obtained a perfect score in all 6 categories. Immediately, this record would be recorded in the history of the Stargaze Palace. Among them, Tan Zhongqi was the happiest. Finally, the line of the Green Cloud Palace had achieved a breakthrough in his hands. He had broken the monopoly of the head palace master's line. Inside the Green Cloud Palace, cheers and laughter filled the entire place. Everyone was celebrating Qin Wushuang's new record. This was an honor that belonged to the Green Cloud Palace and the pride of the entire palace. Besides the line of the head palace master, no other palace had ever touched this record. Qin Wushuang had broken it. From this point, the Green Cloud Palace had a new record. Just this point alone was enough to suppress the other 3 palaces. Some of the younger disciples of the Green Cloud Palace were already celebrating with tears in their eyes. Finally, they could hold their heads high. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang was the calmest. From his point of view, it was not a difficult challenge for him to obtain a perfect score in all 6 categories. To put it bluntly, he did not even use all of his strength. Of course, he would not say such words out loud. For the advanced disciple exam, besides Qin Wushuang, one of the top 3 came from the line of the head palace master, and the other one came from the line of the 4th palace master. The 4th and 5th place could not advance directly. They could only fight with the last 4 and 5th place of the core disciple exam. They would fight for the remaining 2 spots through martial arts. And the bottom 3 of the core disciples would be demoted directly. The top 3 of the advanced disciple exam would replace their spots. For the line of the 2nd palace master, besides Qin Wushuang, no one else would be demoted. This way, the final number of core disciples would always be 96. Only, the line of the 2nd palace master had one more core disciple spot. Initially, there were 12 people. This time, they did not get demoted and Qin Wushuang had entered the ranks of the core disciples as number 1. This spot would not be shaken. On the 2nd day, Tan Zhongqi's footsteps toward the main palace were much lighter. Although his expression was still as serious as usual, the trace of joy from the corner of his eyes and the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. When he arrived at the main palace, the other palace masters had already gathered. Zhuobuchuan, the head palace master, came up with a smile. Second, nice job, congratulations. Tan Zhongqi chuckled and said, Grand Hall Master, to be honest, I didn't contribute much. After Qin Wushuang entered the sect, I didn't teach him any techniques. It's his own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Although he said that, he still felt a little proud in his heart. The first palace master smiled and said, a teacher imparts knowledge and dispels doubts. Imparting skills was only one aspect. The most important aspect of a teacher's Tao was not imparting skills, but imparting the Tao. This Tao was all-encompassing. This included the shaping of personality, temperament, and realm. Second, Qin Wushuang is the future pillar of the Stargaze Palace. In the future, you will need to train him. Yes, there's no need for First Hall Master to instruct me on this. Zhuobuchuan nodded. Okay, today, after the 4th and 5th place of the advanced disciples and the 4th and 5th from the bottom of the core disciples have finished, the list of 96 core disciples has been confirmed. Tomorrow will be the new core ranking competition. Does anyone have any objections? Leng Qiuqi, the 4th palace master, said, the rules are the same every year. Of course, we have no objections. The other palace masters all nodded to show that they had no objections. Since everyone has no objections, then it will be the same old rules. The 96 core disciples will be ranked according to the exam results. The top 32 will not participate in the first round, and the bottom 64 will fight in pairs to determine the 32 spots. Together with the top 32, a total of 64 people will enter the second round, and so on until the final round. Zhuobuchuan repeated the rules again. After he made sure that no one had any objections, he continued, the 32 people who were disqualified in the first round will be ranked according to their exam results. They will be ranked from 65 all the way to 96. After each round of disqualification, we will rank the disqualified core disciples. And this ranking will be based on their previous exam results. Tan Zhongqi nodded and said, Head Palace Master, everyone understands the rules. Only after entering the top 16, the exam results will not be used. Even after being disqualified, we will still have to fight to determine the exact ranking of the top 16. To put it simply, the ranking after the top 16 will be based on the exam results. And for the top 16, each of them will have to fight to determine the ranking. Zhuobuchuan nodded with a smile. Second is right, these are the rules. And the old rules, the top 16 from last year will still be seeded. They will not participate in the first few rounds to ensure that they will not meet each other before the top 32 are formed. This way, to a certain extent, it will prevent the elite from meeting each other and getting disqualified early. Of course, if they do not work hard and get disqualified by opponents other than the seeded ones, then they can only blame themselves for not working hard this year, or their bad luck. This rule was also the old tradition of the Stargaze Palace. Of course, no one would raise any objections. After all palace heads had reached a consensus, the rules of the core ranking competition had been set. Zhuobuchuan glanced around and said with a smile, for this ranking competition, our rewards are also higher than usual. Especially the rewards for the top 10. Everyone, no one has any objections, right? This is the result of the discussion between the 5 palace masters. Whoever has objections, wouldn't that be opposing themselves? Tian Zhixing, the 5th palace master, laughed. Head palace master, next year, it seems it will be another cycle of 20 years, right? Zhuobuchuan gave a long sigh. Time flies like an arrow, and time does not spare us. 60 years ago, we were all young disciples and went to participate in the friendly competition between the 3 Eastern empires. Now, the 3 kingdoms' friendly competition had already been held 3 times. Our young generation is also growing up. Next year's competition will be held at the Heavenly Lake Empire. To the Great Luo Empire, the situation is not favorable. The so-called 3 Eastern empires referred to the 3 middle-ranking empires in the eastern part of the Tianxian land. They were the Great Luo, the Heavenly Lake and the Vermilion Empire. These 3 empires were distributed in a triangle shape and formed the strongest group of powerhouses in the eastern part of the Tianxian land. Between the 3 of them, they did not have any strong relationship. From time to time, there would even be conflicts. However, between the three middle-ranking empires, it was different than the subordinate countries. They restrained and restricted each other. On the contrary, the probability of starting a war was not as direct as between the subordinate countries. After all, when it came to a war between the middle-ranking empires, a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. On the contrary, it would not be easy to start an all-out war. After all, the destructive power would be too great. Between these three empires, they often interacted with each other. For example, this friendly competition that was held once every 20 years was the best way for the three empires to understand each other. The three empires placed great importance on each other. Each time, they would send out their strongest team to suppress the other two empires and gain a prominent position among the three eastern empires. The relationship between the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Great Luo Empire had never been harmonious. In the history of the friendly competition between the three empires, whenever it was held in the Heavenly Lake Empire, the Great Luo Empire would not achieve a good result. They almost always came in last place. Of course, overall, the Heavenly Lake Empire's record was not outstanding, but not bad. Only, they had not gotten the championship of the friendly competition for a few years. Thus, when talking about this matter, Zhuo Bufan's mood was rather heavy. Head Palace Master, for next year's friendly competition, will we still follow the same rules and send the top 10 core disciples to participate? Suddenly, Tan Zhongqi asked. All previous friendly competitions have been like this, of course, there will be no exception. Tan Zhongqi asked in a low voice, then this time, what kind of position is the Stargaze Palace aiming for among the three empires? Zhuo Buchuan waved his hand. For the friendly competition hosted by the Heavenly Lake Empire, we should try not to come in last place. It would not be too late to set a higher goal when it's the Great Luo's turn to host it next time. Let's not set a goal yet, we only need to remember these 4 words, to do our best. The other palace masters all nodded with a serious expression. This friendly competition between the three empires was not as simple as a simple competition. Behind the scenes, it involved the competition between the powerhouses of the three empires. Undercurrents were surging in the open and in the dark. The results of this friendly competition would most likely determine the diplomatic strategy between the empires in the next 20 years. It would also determine the strength of the sects in the three empires. Okay. Naturally, Zhuo Buchuan did not want this matter to affect everyone's mood. Everyone, go back and tell everyone what you need to know. After today's extra competition, the core ranking competition will start tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., we will start drawing lots. All the palace masters showed a serious expression. Apparently, the most crucial moment of the year had arrived. The results of the core disciple ranking competition would determine the success or failure of the various palaces this year. If they did not get a good result, they would not enjoy the new year. If they got a good result, they would feel more comfortable after the new year. When Tan Zhongqi returned to the Green Cloud Palace, he immediately gathered all the core disciples. Of course, Qin Wushuang was among them. Tomorrow, the core ranking competition will start officially. The rules are the same as before. The top 32 will not participate in the first round. The top 16 are all seeded candidates. Before entering the top 32, the seeded candidates will not meet each other. Fu LV Teng, Zhen Rui, you 3 entered the top 16 last year. You are all seeded candidates. Tian Run, 5th, and 6th were all in the top 32 last year. Thus, the first round has nothing to do with you guys. Now, you guys need to prepare for the second round. Starting from Ju Fu, the top 6 disciples all nodded to show their understanding. They had participated in the core disciple ranking competition many times, so they knew the details like the back of their hands. Only, to Qin Wushuang, this was the first time he had participated in the competition. Naturally, he needed to give some special instructions. This was also the biggest reason why Tan Zhongqi had gathered everyone. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 219. Tan Zhongqi looked at the other 7 people. All 7 of you, including Wu Shuang, must participate in the first round. Of course, in the first round, there are no seeded candidates. Everyone's strength is similar. Whether you can advance or not, it will depend on the drawing of lots and your performance. Tan Zhongqi glanced at Qin Wushuang intentionally and smiled. Wushuang, you are a new disciple. Perhaps you don't understand some of the rules. Today, I will explain it to you. You are the champion of the Advanced Disciple exam. Among the 5 floating spots, you are ranked first. Of course, the 5 floating spots will be filled with the last 5 core disciples. According to the rules, your ranking will automatically be 92. Which means you are ranked the highest among the 5 floating spots. Of course, this ranking will not affect you in any way. For this duel, the ranking will be your number. However, the arrangement of the duels will not be arranged according to the first and last duels, but purely by drawing lots. Thus, before the result of the draw, none of you will know who your opponent will be. There is even a possibility that disciples from the same faction will fight against each other. Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment and nodded seriously to show that he had digested it. After the first round, the 32 winners will be mixed up with the 32 from last year. They will draw lots for the second time and fight against each other to determine the top 32. Then, it will be the 3rd round, the 4th round, until the champion is decided. Tan Zhongqi explained in detail, in the top 16, any small ranking will have to be decided through duels. And for those who are ranked after the 16th, after each round of elimination, they will be ranked from the bottom to the top. For example, the 32 people who were eliminated in the first round will be ranked according to their ranking in this year's year-end exam. From 65 to 96 will be the corresponding ranking for those who were eliminated in the first round. Correspondingly, the 32 people who were eliminated in the second round will be ranked from 33 to 64 according to their exam ranking. Those who were eliminated in the third round will be ranked from 17 to 32. This way, do you understand? Tan Zhongqi asked. Qin Wushuang nodded. I understand. Tan Zhongqi said, thus, in the first 3 rounds, you must give it your all. It's because if you are eliminated in these 3 rounds, your ranking will be affected because you are ranked 92. You will be in a disadvantageous position in the corresponding ranking. Once you pass the first 3 rounds and enter the top 16, it will be easy. Any small ranking inside will be decided through individual duels. Even the 15th and 16th will have to duels. Your unfavorable words will not have any effect on the assessment. I understand. Up to this point, Qin Wushuang had completely understood the rules. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not put himself in the mindset of a weakling. Regarding the strength of the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace, he had already seen the 5 most exceptional people from the 5 palaces when he had signed up for the gambling competition. Other than Wei Yi, who had a higher cultivation level, perhaps only senior sister Ju Fu was the strongest. For the other 3 head disciples, Qin Wushuang knew that he would not lose to them. Tan Zhongqi glanced across each person's face and said in a low voice, I will say one more thing. Regardless of anything, you cannot cheat during the drawing of lots. If among you guys, you are unlucky enough to have a duel with your fellow disciples, you can determine the winner. However, you must not ruin your relationship with your fellow disciples. Who is strong and who is weak will speak with strength. You must not have any dissatisfaction or hostility, understand? Yes. Since Tan Zhongqi had spoken, of course, these disciples would treat it as the golden rule. In fact, last year, his line had already had a duel between disciples from the same line. The reason why he had instructed them was because he had spoken these words for Qin Wushuang. After all, Qin Wushuang was new. If he met a senior brother from the same line and got eliminated, most likely, he would feel embarrassed and cause some trouble. Thus, Tan Zhongqi had spoken these words to prevent such future troubles. After he had explained everything, Tan Zhongqi laughed straightforwardly and encouraged them, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. The year-end exam happens every year and the core ranking competition happens every year. A year's worth of gains and losses is nothing. The ranking competition itself had a certain degree of coincidence. For us seniors, We will never look at the results of 1 or 2 ranking competitions when evaluating a disciple. Instead, we will look at 10 or 20 ranking competitions and evaluate them. Although this method of reducing pressure was not new, it was the truth. In this year's ranking competition, some disciples' rankings could very well be due to bad luck in drawing lots, causing them to miss the opportunity to charge towards a higher ranking. Sometimes, when they had the strength to aim for the top 16, they would meet one of the top 3 in the second round. One could easily imagine the result. Thus, when the Stargaze Palace evaluated the disciples, they would usually look at the ranking results over the years and not just once or twice. This way, they could also avoid some accidents. Again, as long as you give it your all, the results are not the only thing I care about. I have a goal, but my goal depends on everyone's hard work. As an individual, as long as you give it your all, whether you achieve your goal or not is secondary. Indeed, Tan Zhongqi was very forgiving to his disciples. For the other palaces, especially the line of the third palace master, they had set a hard target for their disciples. If they could not complete it, most likely they would be punished. Ju Fu also stepped out at the appropriate time to relieve everyone's pressure. Junior brothers, teacher's intentions are clear. For the line of the Green Cloud Palace, as long as we give it our all, regardless of the final result, it will only be a temporary gain. In order for the Green Cloud Palace to develop, strengthen, and contribute more to the Stargaze Palace, everyone must work together and have a strong will. You don't need to carry the extra burden. Just enjoy the competition. Standing in Ju Fu's position, she did not have any burden to speak of. Unless she did not believe that she had met the strongest Wei Yi, or else, her name would be in the top 3. Now, she was more curious about how many rounds this new junior brother Wushuang could make it to. Could he enter the top 16, or even the top 10? Apparently, teacher had placed his hopes on junior brother Wushuang to be in the top 10. However, even that senior brother Wei Yi did not make it to the top 10 when he had just become a core disciple. He only made it to the 11th place. If junior brother Wushuang could make it to the top 10, it would be another record. After disbanding, Qin Wushuang remembered the promise he made with Yang Feng. Since he had some free time today, he decided to end this old relationship. Apparently, that Yang Feng intended to befriend Qin Wushuang. Through repeated observation, Qin Wushuang felt that Yang Feng had a good personality and could be considered a reliable person. Of course, he was happy to form a good relationship with him. In the future, he would need this person's help. In the advanced disciple exam, Yang Feng had made it to the 32nd place. This had greatly increased his prestige within the sect. After all, the advanced disciples were around 30 upper sky warriors. Naturally, it was an impressive result for him to make it to the 32nd place. Qin Wushuang knew that for sure, this Yang Feng would be cruising around the 5 palaces and waiting for him to find him. Since there were 2 additional matches today, Yang Feng would most likely go to watch the fun. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang walked towards the location of the additional matches. Naturally, the additional matches were set in front of the main palace. Before Qin Wushuang arrived, he saw Yang Feng's figure from afar. Although this Yang Feng was watching the matches, he was obviously absent-minded. Apparently, he was still thinking about the promise he made with Qin Wushuang. He wanted to go to the Green Cloud Palace to find Qin Wushuang, but he was afraid that he would be kicked out by the people of the Green Cloud Palace due to his low status. Just when he was worrying about his personal gains and losses, suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. He immediately turned around and saw Qin Wushuang standing in front of him with a smile. "Senior brother Qin, when did you come?" "Just arrived, follow me tilde." Qin Wushuang led the way from the front and took Yang Feng to a deviated corner. After making sure that no one was around, he took out the 2 pills he had prepared beforehand. 1 physical body pill, and 1 supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill. Qin Wushuang said with a solemn expression, "Yang Feng, this pill is not easy to get, you must treasure it." When he heard that it was the supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill, Yang Feng could not help but swallow his saliva. He could not believe his ears. Earlier, his wish was to get an upper sky initial stage pill. In this lifetime, he would be satisfied if he could make a dash for the upper sky. However, he never dared to dream that he could get the supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill. Once one consumed the supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill that gathered all 5 basic attributes, not only would he enter the upper sky with 100% certainty, it also contained rich spiritual chi that could greatly increase a martial artist's potential. In the Stargaze Palace, disciples who had consumed the upper sky initial stage pill to enter the upper sky were not qualified to become a core disciple. However, the supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill was an exception. The supreme quality upper sky initial stage pill had even more obvious advantages than self-understanding. Overjoyed, Yang Feng's right hand that took the pill almost trembled. "Don't be excited, take it. A long night will bring many dreams. After you take it, return to your teacher and absorb the effects of the pill. In 3 months, you will enter the upper sky. Remember, don't be hasty. The first step in the training of the upper sky is to do it step by step." In his former world, Qin Wushuang had suffered a loss from taking risks. Of course, he knew the profoundness behind it. He instructed carefully. Yang Feng was moved to tears. He only nodded and said with a choked voice, "Senior brother Qin, you and I have never met before, and you are representing me like this. Yang Feng's life is yours from now on, senior apprentice brother Qin. Even my master didn't have the grace of being reborn like senior martial brother Qin. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "Don't be in a rush to express your opinion. You don't need to reveal our relationship." "Yes, senior brother Qin, then I will go back first." Yang Feng was filled with gratitude. He waved goodbye and regretfully said, "Senior apprentice brother Qin, I won't be able to cheer for you in the core disciple ranking competition. But I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the top 10. Go." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and waved his hand to send Yang Feng away. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 220. After settling the matter with Yang Feng, Qin Wushuang had no more worries and his thoughts were clear. The goal in his heart was the core disciple ranking competition. Shakyamuni Li Hua had made 7 of these upper sky initial stage pills. Among them, Shakyamuni Li Hua took one and gave one to his teacher. Then, he gave one to the purple-robed great honored warrior to create a martial saint. Now, he had given one to Yang Feng, which meant he had given away 4. There were 3 left. Qin Wushuang had already reserved 2 of them for his father and brother-in-law, Da Shiming. In other words, there was only 1 upper sky initial stage pill left for him. The rest would be those ordinary upper sky initial stage pills. That night, Qin Wushuang stayed alone in the secret room and once again, he refined the spiritual qi in his sea of consciousness. He used the spiritual qi to circulate one cycle after another in his body. Although he could not find any flaws or discomfort in his body, he did not dare to neglect. When he had the time, he would not forget to use his spiritual qi to test it out. After that absorption in the spiritual qi formation, Qin Wushuang felt that the spiritual qi in his body had become much more abundant. Although he did not know how far he was from the middle stage, one thing was for sure. If he continued to work hard in this direction, the middle stage would not be too late. He had a premonition that by relying on the power of Deep North, a technique that defied the natural order, his training at the upper sky spiritual martial force was equivalent to having a cheating tool. His training speed would be much faster than others. In other words, as long as his body was strong enough and he had a sufficient source of spiritual qi, he could absorb it endlessly. Of course, he would not do it that way. Qin Wushuang knew very well that one would not be able to eat a big fat person in one bite. On the path of training, only by accumulating small steps, could one reach 1,000 miles. Only by accumulating small streams could one become a vast sea. After training for half the night, Qin Wushuang felt that all the spiritual qi in his sea of qi had completely formed into a whole. He knew that the more he merged, the purer the spiritual qi would be, and the more power he could unleash. After finishing his cultivation, Qin Wushuang cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and entered a meditative state. He rested for half a night and unknowingly, Dawn was breaking. A new day had arrived. This day could be said to be the most exciting day for the Stargaze Palace in a year. This was because the grand finale of every year, the ranking of the core disciples, was about to begin. Although this was only a competition between the 96 core disciples, it affected the hearts of all the Stargaze disciples. Although they could not participate, they looked forward to this core disciple competition. During the process of watching the battle, they imagined that one day, they would stand on the entire stage and beat the heroes from all directions with their fists. How glorious would that be? Some of them couldn't help but think of themselves as one of the core disciples, cheering for that person madly. In general, this core ranking competition had stirred the appetite of everyone in the Stargaze Palace. Including those old guys, they could not help but feel excited. All 96 core disciples, including the 5 newest ones, were present. On the stage, the 5 palace masters sat in the front row. The 8 Shakyamuni and 16 elders sat in the second and third rows. The palace emissaries and some other higher-ups also found their own seats. Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, looked around with a smile and said in a clear voice, "Those standing here are the 96 core disciples with the most potential. For today's pageant, you are the main characters. I hope you will bring out your best skills and contribute to a wonderful ranking competition for all the disciples of the Stargaze Palace. Do you guys have the confidence?" "Yes." Zhuo Buchuan nodded with satisfaction. "Good, same old rules. For the top 32 core disciples, you guys will not participate in the first round. You can be a spectator. As for the remaining 64 core disciples, the numbers corresponding to your ranking have already been arranged. Do you see this big circle on the stage? Here are the lots for the 64 of you. The 5 of us palace masters will take turns to draw. Each of you will take out 2 numbers. The 2 numbers you take out will be your opponents in the first round. Understood. Understood." The head palace master clapped his hands with a smile and called the other 4 palace masters to stand up. All 5 palace masters stood before that big circle. 4 palace masters, please supervise. Now, I am messing up all the numbers. Zhuo Buchuan kept waving his arm and messed up all the numbers. Then, he turned around and asked those 4 palace masters, "Everyone, did you see it clearly?" Those 4 palace masters all nodded. "No problem." "Okay, 5th palace master, please take out 2 numbers." Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, said with a smile. Tian Zhixing did not hold back as he walked up with a smile. He took out 2 numbers and opened them to look. Then, he announced, 38 against 75. The 2 core disciples who had been called stretched out their heads and looked around for their opponents. They wanted to see if they were familiar faces. They were only satisfied when they confirmed that they were not their opponents. When it was Lung Chochi, the 4th palace master's turn, he also took out 2 numbers, 45 against 48. The ranking of these 2 numbers were close. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Zhong Wuyin, the 3rd palace master, went up and also took out 2 numbers. When he opened them, his expression changed slightly. He really wanted to slap his own hand. What kind of bad luck was this? The 2 people he had taken out in the first round were 2 disciples from the same faction. 35 against 51. Zhong Wuyin announced helplessly. Inwardly, he cursed his bad luck and mumbled, "Did I not wash my hands before I went out today? Why am I so unlucky as soon as I started?" After Zhong Wuyin had drawn the numbers, naturally, it was Qin Wushuang's teacher, Tan Zhongqi's turn. His draw was rather average. There was no one from his disciple and nothing special. Just when he was about to walk away, suddenly, the head palace master laughed. "Second, please mess up the numbers again to avoid the possibility of me cheating." Tan Zhongqi nodded and messed up the numbers again. Then, Zhuo Buchuan went up to draw. This way, the 5 palace masters would take turns. After each round, there would be 10 spots and 5 groups of 5 would compete. Qin Wushuang's number 92 was drawn in the 3rd round. The one who had drawn him was Lung Chochi, the 4th palace master. He shouted, 68 against 92. When that number 68 heard this result, he was overjoyed. He said with joy, "Ha ha, my opponent's ranking is low. In the first round, it seems that my chances have increased greatly. Immediately, he looked around and asked, "By the way, do you guys know who is number 92? In total, there were 64 people participating in the draw. It was easy to find someone. Soon, someone saw the change in Qin Wushuang's body. Thinking about how self-satisfied number 68 was, he could not help but mock. "Congratulations, your opponent is one of the top 3 in the Advanced Disciple exam." "Hey, is that so? Who is it?" "Oh, if I remember correctly, his name should be Qin Wushuang." Number 68 was dumbfounded. He cried out involuntarily, "Qin Wushuang?" With a sorrowful sigh, he was initially full of joy as he thought he had met a soft persimmon. However, when he heard it was Qin Wushuang, his breath instantly deflated like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle. He muttered, "Why am I so unlucky? Am I going to be defeated in the draw for 2 consecutive years? Heavens, you're so unfair. My luck is getting worse every year. Is my moral character that bad?" Qin Wushuang. Oh my God. Who was Qin Wushuang? The champion of the Advanced Disciple exam, full marks in all 6 categories. The outside world was optimistic that he would enter the top 16, and even have the strength to enter the top 10. It could even be said that his strength was at the level of a seeded contestant. However, due to the rules, the Advanced Disciples had to participate in the first round of the exam. Compared to his opponent's lamenting, Qin Wushuang's state of mind was incomparably calm. Without the participation of the top 32 in the first round, to Qin Wushuang, it would not be difficult. Most likely, even Li Wuji would be inferior to these core disciples after the 32. Earlier, Qin Wushuang had killed Li Wuji. Now, after such a long period of training, of course, there was no reason for him to fail. In the first round of the draw, besides the disciples from the third palace master meeting with each other, there was also a battle between disciples from the head palace master. When the result of the draw came out, 32 pairs of 64 people had found each other's opponents. The next stop was the martial arts stage of the Stargaze Palace. The martial arts stage of the Stargaze Palace was located on the north side of the Stargaze Palace. It was a giant high platform with an extremely wide area. According to the 8 trigrams, 64 small martial arts stages had been built. They surrounded a giant Tai Chi 8 trigrams in the middle and had an extremely wide terrain. Even that small martial arts stage was at least 300 meters in length and width. It was the most suitable place for a martial arts competition. As Qin Wushuang looked at this majestic martial arts stage, inwardly, he also felt a sense of shock. He must admit that any scenery in the Stargaze Palace had a form of awe-inspiring beauty. In this giant martial arts stage and 60 small martial arts stages, one could not even see the boundary between them. I am afraid that only by flying in the sky, one could see the entire scene of this giant martial arts stage. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly. He must admit that Qin Wushuang and the line of the 5th palace master were fated. That number 68 was also a disciple from the line of the 5th palace master, Tian Zhixing. Under the guidance of the referee, the 2 of them arrived at their respective martial arts stage. Qin Wushuang stood on the stage with his hands behind his waist. Like a statue, his entire body revealed a cold expression as he glanced at number 68. "Make your move." Qin Wushuang swung the long whip in his hand. Like countless dancing silver dragons, the whip shadows in the sky shook out all kinds of illusory ripples. That number 68 only felt a wave of dizziness. He straightened the long spear in his hand, gritted his teeth and gave a loud shout. Then, he stabbed towards Qin Wushuang's face. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, the one who strikes later suffers. With this thought, number 68 made his move with a poisonous move. Only, in the eyes of Qin Wushuang, such spear technique was an insignificant skill. Like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, he stretched out the head of the whip and wrapped it around that spear head. When the 2 waves of power clashed in the sky, the collision of the upper sky chi shook the sky with a kai-kai sound. In between this collision, the atmosphere had reached its climax. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, Support the original reading. Chapter 221. This was the first round of the duel. Naturally, Qin Wushuang did not wish to use all his skills at the start. The opponent before him was not that powerful. And he could see that although this person was attacking in a hurry, it was clearly a sign of fear. In other words, this opponent was somewhat scared of Qin Wushuang. After all, during this time, Qin Wushuang had a vicious reputation. Especially after the news of him killing Qi Shengnan and the second martial saint of the West Chu had spread throughout the Stargaze Palace, it made people feel that Qin Wushuang was a vicious and merciless person. 68's giant spear moved a dozen spear flowers and swept them into an arc. All of them were aimed at Qin Wushuang's vital points. For sure, as long as any of the spear flowers hit the opponent's vital points, the outcome would be decided in an instant. Although number 68 was somewhat scared of Qin Wushuang, he did not hold back when he made his move. Only, to Qin Wushuang, his attack was like an insignificant skill. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang shook his long whip and poured his spiritual qi into it. Suddenly, it straightened up and formed the shape of a long spear. Swinging left and right, it hit all the dozen of spear flowers launched by number 68. Each time it hit, the ball of spiritual qi formed by the spear flowers was shattered by the dart head on the front of Qin Wushuang's long whip. Using force to break force, the attack arrived first. Inwardly, number 68 was shocked. He had learned this spear technique from his teacher and was extremely powerful. Each of his moves was vicious and aimed at the enemy's most vulnerable points. If the other party had used body movements to dodge, he would not have been so surprised. However, this Qin Wushuang had used the soft whip as a long spear. He had used the dart head of the soft whip to shatter his spear flowers. Indeed, this technique was not simple. Just from this simple exchange, he could tell that the gap between him and his opponent was extraordinarily large. His opponent was able to strike after striking, yet in a split second, he was able to shatter all of the spear flowers. No matter if it was his eyesight, speed, or the use of spiritual power, he had already reached the peak of the initial stage of the spiritual martial realm. Even the strongest core disciple under the fifth palace master would not be able to do that. How could number 68 know that Qin Wushuang had broken through his spear attacks like this because he wanted him to know the difficulty and admit defeat? If Qin Wushuang really wanted to use his full strength, it was likely that he would be knocked off the stage in 3 moves. After all, this was how Qin Wushuang had dealt with his opponents during the gambling match. Initially during the gambling match, everyone was wearing masks. Since Qin Wushuang did not show any mercy, of course, he did not have any worries. After all, everyone was sparring with fellow disciples. Since they were fighting on the stage, he did not want to appear too domineering. Since they were all disciples of the Stargaze Palace, he did not want to appear too domineering. If he killed his opponent instantly, he would gain enough attention. However, it would also make it difficult for his opponent to get off the stage. After all, everyone was an upper sky core disciple and they all needed some dignity. Besides, he also considered that since he was from the line of the second palace master, he was already in the limelight recently. If he continued to be so domineering, most likely the other palace masters would feel some hostility from his teacher. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. During these days, Qin Wushuang had also been thinking about the words his sister had told him when he had returned to his hometown. Too much killing, too much sharpness. Indeed, when he had killed those 2 martial saints last time, Qin Wushuang had indeed intended to kill them all. Regarding this matter, Qin Wushuang did not regret it. Only, his sister's words also made sense. Vividly, it made him realize that during this time, had he been too aggressive? Or perhaps, he had forgotten the true saying of let people off when possible. For this core ranking competition, Qin Wushuang had set his sights high. However, he had not even revealed the ambition deep inside his heart before his teacher. Tan Zhongqi's expectation for him was to make it to the top 10. However, inwardly, Qin Wushuang had set this goal even further. His goal was to make it to the top 3. Even if he were to meet Wei Yi, he would not give up easily. Even if Wei Yi was already at the middle stage, fighting for the top 3 was a fight. Clearly, this opponent before him did not force Qin Wushuang to fight with a fighting mentality. Thus, Qin Wushuang decided to suppress his state. He would take it slow, like boiling water until it reached the boiling point. It was like the competitive sports in his former world. Regardless of the ball game or track and field competition, one would not use all their strength in the preliminary round. In the beginning, if one used all their strength to charge to the top, it would be difficult to maintain it for too long. There was a saying of the arrogant dragon regrets, but it cannot last long. Even if it was a bright moon in the sky, it would take some time to turn from a waning moon to a full moon. When the full moon arrived, it would be the day when one would go downhill. This was the principle of one cannot last long. When Qin Wushuang thought here, he already had an idea. He would first suppress his state and move forward step by step. He would fight until the last round and release all his energy. Only a battle between the top would require him to be in his peak state. Anyways, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to get off the stage. This core ranking competition would last for half a month. With so many rounds, there was no need to compete in a short period of time. With this plan, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to defeat this number 68. Instead, he would borrow this number 68's attacks to find the right state to practice the exquisite footwork of the immortal ascending cloud steps. Qin Wushuang also secretly felt that it was a coincidence. The immortal ascending cloud steps was exactly according to the principle of the 64 hexagrams. And this martial arts stage was also arranged according to the 64 hexagrams of Fu Shi. Faintly, this stage seemed to be the most suitable stage for Qin Wushuang. It was as if it was arranged by fate. At first, when number 68 saw Qin Wushuang forcefully break his spear attack, he thought that Qin Wushuang would definitely use a thunderous force to defeat him. But he did not expect that Qin Wushuang would not have any more moves. Instead, he dodged left and right, completely avoiding confrontation. It was as if he was borrowing his attacks to practice his footwork. The more it was like this, the more nervous number 68 became. It was because he had no idea what kind of plan Qin Wushuang had in mind. He also did not know when he would make his move. After all, at this time, he was very clear that Qin Wushuang's strength was far above his. Although he was worried, he was still somewhat grateful to Qin Wushuang. At least, Qin Wushuang was not like the other disciples who were ranked at the top. They did not start off with a momentum of sweeping away 1,000 troops and defeating their opponents. That kind of defeat was the most shameful and also the most difficult to accept. After all, as a core disciple, if he was defeated in an instant by the opponent, the gap between them would be very embarrassing. He had no doubt that Qin Wushuang should also have the ability to defeat him in an instant, but Qin Wushuang did not do so. This more or less gave him some confidence. Even if he lost, he would lose with dignity. Thinking of this, he also threw away all the psychological burdens. His long spear was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, becoming more and more relaxed. For a moment, his attacks were like wind and water, making Qin Wushuang could not help but secretly praise. This spear technique is not bad. But it was only not bad. For Qin Wushuang, he was afraid that the opponent's spear technique was not good, not that the opponent's spear technique was good. The better the spear technique, the more it could stimulate Qin Wushuang, making his footwork more perfect. Sure enough, once the number 68 spear technique was displayed, it was very impressive. For a moment, one attacking and one defending, it seemed that they were somewhat evenly matched. Continuous rolling, the two figures flew back and forth on the stage, like two silver carps flying on the stage, bringing up dust and flying spirit power, and their momentum suddenly became strong. About a quarter of an hour later, Qin Wushuang's set of immortal ascending cloud steps just finished stepping on the 64 hexagrams. He walked back to his original position, smiled, and the snake-shaped soft whip in his right hand suddenly twirled. The soft whip immediately twirled back, forming 5 or 6 binding forces, which extended out in circles, just enough to completely entangle the opponent's long spear. Qin Wushuang's arm shook, and the long whip immediately danced like a python, firmly wrapping around the large spear. Number 68 only felt his wrist tighten, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to pull the long spear back. Qin Wushuang smiled slightly, and with a surge of spirit power, he directly pulled the long spear through the soft whip. Number 68 suddenly felt numb, as if his whole body had suddenly been electrocuted. His whole body shook, and he suddenly lost his grip on the long spear, which fell out of his hand and into his opponent's hand. Qin Wushuang swung the long whip, and the long spear turned around. The tip of the spear just happened to be pressed against number 68's chest. Number 68 didn't feel the slightest bit of bad luck or frustration. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Although he had lost, this was to be expected. Being able to lose in such a dignified manner and holding on for so long, he felt that he had earned enough capital. After all, the opponent in front of him had the strength of a seeded contestant. Whether it was the audience below the stage or the judge, after seeing number 68's expression of happiness after losing, they were all puzzled. In the first round of the competition, Qin Wushuang wasn't the first one to win. In many of the matches, almost as soon as the battle started, the outcome was decided after a few rounds. After all, not everyone was like Qin Wushuang, who had the capital to keep a trump card and the capital to warm up. As soon as they started, they had to use all of their strength. Or else, the one facing elimination would most likely be themselves. Because of this, the other 31 matches were all hot-blooded scenes where they used all of their strength. In comparison, Qin Wushuang's match was more or less depressing. After Qin Wushuang got off the stage, he only smiled and didn't speak. He also didn't look at the other matches. To him, the 64 contestants in the first round were not enough to pose a threat to him. His true opponents were those seeded contestants, the top 10 or even the top 5 of the seeded contestants. After he got off the stage, Qin Wushuang saw Ju Fu come up to him with a face full of smiles. "Junior brother Wushuang, congratulations. Senior sister, you don't have any matches today, why are you here? Haha, am I your senior sister?" Of course, I have to care about the results of my junior brothers. In the first round of the competition, including you, we have 7 junior brothers participating. Currently, including you, 4 of them have passed. One of them unfortunately met an elite warrior and got eliminated. There are still 2 junior brothers, it shouldn't be a big problem. It was apparent that Ju Fu's tone was still filled with joy. Out of the 13 core disciples, 12 of them had entered the top 64. This result was indeed not bad. P.S. The final battle in November has arrived. Li Tian's target is the 14th place in the overall ranking, and strive for 2,000 monthly vote. Regardless of whether I can achieve it or not, I will use all of my strength today. Let's see what kind of result the Xinghe warriors can give to Li Tian today. Currently, to not affect the reading continuity of the brothers, we can't start a single chapter to solicit monthly votes. However, the outburst will continue. Everyone, please hold on, don't let your monthly votes be left behind by your opponent. Li Tian needs motivation, charge. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 222. Indeed, the first round of the competition was uneventful. Since there were no seeded candidates, regardless of excitement or suspense, the competition did not make people look forward to it. The only thing everyone was curious about was the performance of those core disciples who had jumped out from the advanced group. Unfortunately, besides Qin Wushuang, the champion of the advanced disciple exam, the other 2 or 3 had unfortunately been disqualified in the first round. Indeed, it was difficult for the so-called dark horse to appear on such stage. Everything still depended on one's strength. Even if you were the best among the advanced disciples, when placed on a higher level of competition, you would still be at the bottom among the next level of elite figures. Of course, Qin Wushuang was an exception. It was because he had gotten perfect scores in all 6 exams. He was destined to enter the history of the Stargaze Palace. Such a person was truly worthy to be a dark horse. He was the one who could create a disturbance among the core disciples and create a huge impact. Before the competition, many of the Stargaze Palace's public opinion were more or less reserved about Qin Wushuang's performance. After all, He was an advanced disciple and a disciple who had just ascended from a subordinate country. It had only been half a year since he had left the martial arts student stage. How enchanting could he be? Although it was rumored that he had killed 2 martial saints from the subordinate countries, it would be another matter if the martial saints from the subordinate countries were comparable to the core disciples of the Stargaze Palace. Indeed, Qin Wushuang's performance in the first round was average and did not stand out. At least, to the outside world, it was not stunning. After all, number 68 was not some elite figure. Naturally, it was not a great result since he needed to spend such a long time to take care of his opponent. However, the real experts who had paid attention to this match didn't think so. Especially Tan Zhongqi, he and the other palace masters had watched these 32 battles from a high place. The total time he had spent watching the other disciples was less than Qin Wushuang. Compared to the clamor of doubts from the outside world, Tan Zhongqi was extremely satisfied and even gratified. He saw in Qin Wushuang a kind of temperament that had not been there before. Earlier, after Qin Wushuang had killed Li Wuji, he had returned to the Bayou country and killed the 2 martial saints. During the year-end exam, his ranking had soared all the way. In one breath, he had risen to the top. But at this moment, he saw the forbearing side of Qin Wushuang. Without a doubt, the first round of the competition was definitely not Qin Wushuang's true strength. He was adjusting his state and hiding his strength. This was what Tan Zhongqi was very gratified about. He also felt that Qin Wushuang was more mature. It might not be a good thing if he were to strike like a thunderbolt right from the start. If he went into his peak state too early, the momentum he had built up in one go would be gone. If he wanted to return to his peak state later on, it would be very difficult for him to adjust in a short period of time. Advancing step by step, continuously climbing, and leaving the best state for the last. Such a strategy was very important in a competition that could possibly reach 7 consecutive rounds. In order to stand out from the 96 core disciples and reach the top 3, he had to fight 7 rounds. After the first round of competition, the superior strength of the 5 palace halls had been displayed. Under the 5 palace masters, only 1 or 2 core disciples had been disqualified from each line. The remaining people were disciples of those Shakyamuni and elders. In other words, among those core disciples under the Shakyamuni and elders, only 7 or 8 of them could enter the top 64. As for how many of these 7 or 8 people would be able to make it through the second round and successfully advance to the top 32, it was a huge unknown. From this point, it was apparent that within the Starry River Palace, the authority of the 5 palace masters was unshakable. After the first round of competition, there was a rest day in between. It was the same for each round of competition. After each round, they would rest for a day. Firstly, it was to make it easier to calculate the ranking. Secondly, it was to allow those participating core disciples to get the necessary rest. During the rest day, Qin Wushuang did not work too hard and passed it peacefully. Now, he no longer had any distracting thoughts. His only goal was to keep moving forward. Finally, the second day of competition had arrived. On this day, although the north wind was still strong, the sun had appeared in the sky. This had added some warmth to the atmosphere at the Starry River Palace. Currently, the 32 disciples that had been disqualified had nothing to do. Their ranking had also been announced. Now, like the other disciples, they were all bystanders. And today, the main characters were the core disciples who had made it to the top 64. This time, it didn't matter if it was the top 32 contestants or the seeded contestants. They all had to fight in the second round. Only, for this round, they must take precautions to protect the seeded disciples. In order to prevent them from fighting against each other, the 16 seeded disciples were not to be separated. During the drawing of lots, the 16 seeded disciples were not mixed up. Instead, they were placed in a separate bucket. And the other 48 core disciples were placed in another bucket. The head palace master still had that generous expression as he said with a smile, "Everyone, I believe everyone knows the rules of the core ranking competition like the back of your hand. In the second round of competition, the seeded disciples receive special care. To prevent them from fighting against each other too early, in this second round of drawing lots, we will draw a seeded disciple's lot. Then, this seeded disciple will come up and draw an ordinary disciple's lot. They will fight against each other. Until the 16 seeded disciples have drawn their lots, the other 32 ordinary disciples will draw their lots one by one. They will fight against each other. Indeed, this round of drawing lots was extremely cruel. It was because luck would become extremely important. Once someone was unlucky enough to draw a seeded disciple, or even one of the top 3, they could only sigh at their bitter fate. They were destined to be disqualified. Even if you were the best outside of the seeded disciples, you would not have the luck to meet one of the top 3 elite warriors. After all, for all these years, the difference between the top few elite warriors and the ordinary core disciples was obvious to all. Even the most confident person knew that they could not be compared to Wei Yi. Compared to Ju Fu and the other elite disciples from each line, there was also a huge difference. Besides the indifferent face of the seeded disciples, the other disciples all showed a solemn expression. Apparently, no one wished to meet a difficult opponent. They did not wish for their lot to be drawn after the seeded disciple had drawn their lot. Many core disciples were even praying inwardly. 48 ordinary core disciples and 16 seeded disciples. It meant that the probability of being drawn was 1 in 3. This probability was neither high nor low. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was indifferent. With a calm expression, he was not overly fervent or worried about personal gains and losses. From his perspective, since the lot could not be faked, all his worries were unnecessary. In the end, the moment the hand that drew the lot, it was already destined. No matter how much you struggled or worried, it would be useless. The rules were still the same. Tian Zhixian, the 5th palace master, would draw first. The first one he drew was Lu Teng, the second senior brother from Tan Zhongqi's line. In the last core ranking competition, he was ranked 8th. His strength was exceptional. According to the rumors, he even had the power to aim for the top 6. Once such a figure was drawn, naturally, those ordinary core disciples would not want to face him. Each of them prayed inwardly, "Don't draw me, don't draw me. Lu Teng, come up and draw your own opponent." According to the rules, the seeded disciple had to draw his own opponent. This also eliminated any possibility of the palace masters cheating. Lu Teng walked up. Without being picky, he stretched out his hand and drew a lot. When he opened it, it was lot number 46. Lot 46, who was drawn, wailed and sighed gloomily. "Heavens, I actually got the first prize. Did I not look at the almanac before I left today? How depressing." His sorrowful wail caused the atmosphere at the scene to ease up quite a bit. All of the core disciples could not help but laugh out loud. Lu Teng's expression was calm. He did not show any murderous intent and calmly returned to his seat. Following that, the lot drawing went smoothly. The 16 seeded disciples were drawn one after another. These seeded disciples also went up to draw their own opponents. Qin Wushuang hoped to fight a seeded disciple. Unfortunately, his lot was not drawn. Even when all 16 seeded disciples' opponents were drawn, his lot was still not drawn. This meant that he did not have the chance to meet a seeded disciple in the second round. This is good too. At least I won't have to meet a seeded disciple from Master's faction. Qin Wushuang comforted himself. His lot was also drawn. The remaining 32 ordinary core disciples' lots were also drawn in twos. Qin Wushuang's opponent in the next round was not from the 5 Palace Masters faction. It was actually a disciple of the Dharmaraja. He was also one of the few core disciples who was not a Palace Master's disciple. This lot could be said to be the best of the best. Of course, to Qin Wushuang, this was not enough to be happy or worried. Since the result of the lot drawing was like this, he had no other choice but to act according to the rules. After all, the second round of the competition for the top 32 was far from the most exciting moment. To Qin Wushuang, the second round of the competition was almost a copy of the first round. Stepping onto the martial arts stage again, Qin Wushuang decided to use this opponent to practice his purple sun sword. During this period of time, He had not given up on comprehending the sword intent. The sword intent of the solitary 9 swords from his previous life had already been deduced in his mind no less than 1,000 times. He decided to practice this sword technique. This solitary 9 swords could be said to be an extremely mysterious sword technique. It focused on the sword intent of no move is better than a move. Although it was called 9 swords, it actually did not have a single sword. However, it could also be said that it used thousands of swords. It was extremely mysterious. P.S. As expected, the effect of not opening a chapter is not as good as opening a chapter. Hehe, although it is exploding, the monthly votes are still being pulled apart. In the morning, I was already sitting in the 14th position and enjoying the moment. Now, my chrysanthemum is being pierced again. Ah, it hurts. Let's continue to charge. Today's explosiveness is completed in one go. It is a perfect end. The goal of the monthly votes will not change. Everyone knows that fighting for the monthly votes is no longer fighting for the prize money, but for the sake of one breath. Why is it that the monthly votes of the Plough Heavens is already locked in first place, but it still continues to explode? This is a time to repay my book friends, and also to show everyone the determination of the Plough Heavens, connecting the past and the future. This book will definitely soar to the Milky Way. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidyen.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 223. 9 swords beyond the swords, to be precise, could not even be considered a sword technique. Unlike other sword techniques, this sword technique was not meant to be used as an attack. However, it was not accurate to say that it was a defensive sword technique. Because 9 swords beyond the swords was a sword technique with no defense. What did it mean to have no defense? Attack did not mean to attack first, but to anticipate the enemy's moves and use attack as defense. Although it was said to have no defense, it was actually to use attack as defense. Attack was defense, and defense was attack. Qin Wushuang did not have a sword in his hand, but he had a sword in his heart. Every day, he simulated the sword intent of 9 swords beyond the swords in his mind. At this time, his sword technique was already very good. However, there was still a process of transformation from the sword in his heart to the sword in his hand. This process was not difficult, but it required practice. Qin Wushuang decided to use the opponent in the second round to practice this unparalleled sword technique. This sword technique had no moves to follow. Although it was called 9 swords beyond the swords, it did not have a fixed set of moves. Antelope's antlers were untraceable. This referred to the realm of this sword technique. It was said that the senior who created this sword technique in his previous life was called Sword Demon Dugu Chobai. It was said that after this man mastered the sword technique, he broke through the innate stage and ascended to immortality. His realm was very high. Therefore, this sword technique was not as simple as a secular sword technique. When used in the hands of a warrior in the acquired stage, it was very powerful and could often be used to defeat a stronger warrior. When used in the hands of an innate stage, it was naturally more exquisite and the subtle sword intent in it could be used incisively and vividly. Qin Wushuang suddenly remembered that the mysterious old man who adopted him in his previous life had once told him that there was no strong or weak skill, but there was a high or low realm. Regardless of whether it was a sword technique or other techniques, since it could be passed down for thousands of years and was always called a top-secret manual, it must have its outstanding points. In the hands of a warrior in the acquired stage, it could be used to 20% of its effect. In the hands of an innate stage master, it could be used to 30% to 50%, or even more. Take coagulated sword for example. Before Qin Wushuang entered the innate stage, he had always thought that the void sword was the peak of secular martial arts. But when he reached the innate realm, he found that the void sword was only the first sword move of the coagulated sword. Take the 9 swords of Dugu as an example. In the hands of a Hu Tian realm warrior, the power of this technique could only be unleashed by 10 to 20%. However, in the hands of a Xian Tian realm warrior, The power of this technique could increase by 10 times. There was no such thing as strong or weak skills, only high or low realms. Qin Wushuang thought about it and felt that it made sense. With his current realm, even if he were to use the most inferior martial arts of the mortal world, against a peak Hutian martial artist of the mortal world, even if the opponent were to use the most exquisite martial arts, there would only be one result: instant death. After all, the gap between innate and acquired was fatal. An expert could kill an enemy by plucking a flower, while a mediocre person might not be able to win even if he had a divine weapon in his hand. To put it bluntly, there was only one word: realm. Yesterday, Qin Wushuang had been comprehending the sword intent of the Lone Nine sword in the secret room alone. Suddenly, he had comprehended it again at dusk. He walked out of the main palace and walked towards the old plum forest behind the Green Cloud Palace. Then, he performed the sword dance with the plum blossoms with a transcendent artistic conception. At that moment, the sword intent valve in Qin Wushuang's mind was completely opened. In his hands, the 9 strategies beyond the swords were erratic, like a divine bow or a ghost arrow, completely traceless. And at this moment, the sword intent from last night suddenly surged into his mind. When he walked onto the stage, his opponent had been waiting for a long time. This person's face was malicious, and he stared at Qin Wushuang with a sneer. He had heard of Qin Wushuang's name all this time, and also knew that he was first in the Advanced Disciple Assessment, the winner of 6 perfect scores. However, he was not convinced. He felt that the disciples of these temple masters were blessed by nature, and their conditions were much better than those of Dharmaraja-level disciples, and they received more preferential treatment. Therefore, he was determined to knock Qin Wushuang off the stage today. He wanted to prove his strength. Junior Marshal Brother Qin, your name has been like thunder to my ears recently. I still want to see how strong you are, the man said with a sinister smile. Qin Wushuang nodded. Okay, what is Senior Marshal Brother's name? My name is Xia Feihong, and I'm the one who will ruin your limelight. This person seemed very confident. He had observed the battle between Qin Wushuang and 68 that day, and felt that as a young man, Qin Wushuang's strength was not bad, but it was only not bad. He was confident that with his fast sword, he could definitely catch Qin Wushuang off guard. His name was Feihong, and his sword technique was the same. It was as fast as a swan, and his sword momentum was strange, and his speed was as fast as lightning. You also use a sword? Qin Wushuang asked with a smile. Xia Feihong smiled coldly. You, a person who uses a soft whip as a weapon, dares to carry a sword on your back, so why can't I use a sword? Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. Okay, since you're proud of your sword technique, let's compare sword techniques today. I'll use a soft whip, and it'll be my loss. How about it? That won't be necessary. When experts fight, fairness is important. You can use whatever means you have, but I won't hold back no matter how many divine abilities I have. In short, everyone will fight with all their strength. So that when you lose, you can't afford to lose and find excuses everywhere. Xia Feihong's tone was full of confidence, as if he was wantonly belittling Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang naturally knew that this person wanted to provoke him on purpose, and he laughed involuntarily. If you think that a few words of nonsense can provoke me, then you're wrong. In fact, whether it's a sword, a soft whip, or even an empty hand, it's not a problem for me. For a true expert, even a tree branch in his hand can be considered a divine weapon. There is no difference in weapons, but there is a difference in cultivation level. Immediately, Qin Wushuang applied what he had learned flexibly and applied those 10 words to this place. Xia Feihong originally had the idea of provoking Qin Wushuang, taking advantage of Qin Wushuang's youth and impetuousness. He wanted to use a few words to provoke Qin Wushuang, then use his quick sword to pursue and defeat Qin Wushuang in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect that Qin Wushuang, at such a young age, could see through his intentions so clearly. With a light wave of his right hand, the purple sun sword appeared in his palm. Qin Wushuang smiled. This is the second time I'm using a sword. The previous time, I had a sword in my hand, but it was only a pretense. This time, I'll use this sword alone to test my sword technique on you. Xia Feihong could hear the contempt in his tone, but he was the one who got angry first. With a push of his spiritual force, a narrow and thin sword appeared in front of Qin Wushuang, emitting a dazzling white light. He pointed at the sword. Qin Wushuang, you were able to block my 81 sword strikes. You didn't cultivate for such a long time in vain. After he finished speaking, he twisted his body and became one with the sword, condensing into a white light, attacking Qin Wushuang with peerless speed. This sword technique of becoming one with the sword wasn't rare in sword techniques. However, there weren't many who could combine to Xia Feihong's level. Qin Wushuang's eyes were like lightning, staring at Xia Feihong's incoming momentum with a smile. Although he was cautious, he wasn't nervous at all. He knew that although this sword technique was terrifying, the most terrifying thing was Xia Feihong's speed. The sword technique itself might not have many mysteries, but with this lightning-like whirlwind speed, the power of the sword technique would increase accordingly. With a light hum, Qin Wushuang's violet sun sword stabbed into the whirlwind-like white light. This stab was very sudden, and could be said to be reckless. However, this stab was deeply integrated with the profound mysteries of the lone 9 swords. Just this stab alone not only grasped the flaw in Xia Feihong's sword momentum, but also perfectly attacked Xia Feihong's weak spot that he couldn't defend against. Xia Feihong's sword technique was called the Whirlwind of Fallen Leaves sword. It relied on the speed of a whirlwind, sweeping away the fallen leaves and sweeping away the clouds. A handsome man could cover 100 ugly men, using speed to cover all the flaws and loopholes in the sword momentum. In addition, the white light he flashed could also serve as a distraction. However, this move of his was extremely effective against experts of similar cultivation. In the eyes of a great expert like Qin Wushuang, the flaws in this fast sword were infinitely magnified. Qin Wushuang was very experienced in fighting against others. Whether it was preemptive or postponing, he had considered everything thoroughly. In terms of speed, Qin Wushuang knew that he wouldn't lose to Xia Feihong. However, if he were to compete in speed with Xia Feihong, it would be a waste of the spiritual energy in his body. It would also be entering the battle mode that Xia Feihong liked, allowing the opponent to control the rhythm of the battle. This was definitely not something that Qin Wushuang wanted to see. Xia Feihong wanted to speed up the battle, but Qin Wushuang wanted to play slow, using no moves to defeat moves. He wanted to make it impossible for Xia Feihong to enter the battle rhythm that he liked. This strategy could be said to have grasped Xia Feihong's weakness in an instant. It could be said to have hit where it hurts. Since you're most proud of your speed, I'll make it so that you can't display your most proud speed in front of me. Qin Wushuang's stab was postponing the attack. When it pierced into the ball of light, spiritual energy suddenly surged forward, gushing out from the tip of the sword and infusing a third of the sword intent of the coagulated sword into it. How could Xia Feihong be someone who didn't understand the severity of the situation? Seeing Qin Wushuang's stab, he knew that he had met an expert, and an extremely vicious expert at that. This stab had cut into his weak spot, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. He could either withdraw his sword and defend himself, or be hit by the opponent. There were only these two choices. Xia Feihong sighed gloomily and swept his sword back. Clang! Spiritual energy clashed through the two's weapons. Xia Feihong only felt his arm go numb, almost losing his grip on the sword in his hand. As for his own sword, it was as if it had swept through a ball of cotton. It was soft and didn't seem to have any strength, but when the strength suddenly came out, it was a strong rebound, almost causing the sword in his hand to fly out of his hand. Xia Feihong turned pale with fright, inwardly shivering. This brat has such strong spiritual energy. Could it be that he started practicing Xiantian Qi when he was in his mother's womb? The stab that Qin Wushuang had used just now was actually just a normal broken sword style. This style didn't have a fixed move, but it could predict the opponent's movements and seize the opponent's openings. Not only could it break the opponent's sword technique, but it could also force the opponent to withdraw his sword to defend himself. It could be said that it was both offensive and defensive. Xia Feihong secretly complained in his heart. He had only used one stab, but he already felt that it was unbearable. Before 5 p.m., there's still one more update. 4 more updates in the day, 4 more updates at night. Saying it, doing it, just to reach the Milky Way in one breath, just to reach the next level in the monthly vote. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 224. Xia Feihong's sword technique was called the Whirlwind of Fallen Leaves sword. It was like a gust of wind and one breath. It emphasized the sword intent that could be formed in one breath. Once he performed it, it would be fleeting, rolling, and extremely fast. Each sword move would be faster than the previous one. Like the clouds, the mist, the wind, and the lightning, it was ever-changing and impossible to defend against. However, Qin Wushuang's method of fighting was neither fast nor slow. He did not use a single sword move for half a day. Once he did, he would attack his vital points. It could be said that he had completely disrupted his fast rhythm. To make a crude analogy, it was like someone was relieving themselves and was having a good time when they were suddenly shocked from behind. This happened one after another, on and off, bit by bit. How could one be happy? Currently, Qin Wushuang did not seem to be fighting. On the contrary, he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll outside his own yard. He walked with the immortal virtuous cloud steps as if all of Qin Wushuang's efforts had nothing to do with him. Regardless of how he attacked or fought, not only could he not touch the corner of his clothes, he could not even touch Qin Wushuang's shadow. And after every 3 or 4 sword moves from Xia Feihong, Qin Wushuang would seem to remember something as he would stab with his sword. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the yard and saw a fallen leaf. He would sweep it away casually. However, this sword strike was able to block Xia Feihong's vitals before he reached his climax. He was unable to feel the exhilaration of being able to reach his heart's content. Kai. Qin Wushuang raised his hand and made another sword move. This time, he went around Xia Feihong's side and stabbed toward his ribs. Xia Feihong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In those few sword moves a moment ago, he had found a sense of contentment. However, Qin Wushuang's sword move had instantly popped the imaginary pleasure in his head like a bubble. Inwardly, Xia Feihong was going crazy. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, he had used this whirlwind of fallen leaves sword to sweep away many opponents and win against many elite warriors. Although he had been defeated before, and had also been defeated by stronger opponents, that was because the difference in cultivation level was too great. For example, last year, he had been defeated by Wei Yi, the strongest young disciple in the Stargaze Palace. At that time, he had nothing to say about his loss. It was because Wei Yi's stage was much higher than his. However, at the moment, he felt that Qin Wushuang's stage was not much higher than his. However, he did not know where he had learned these inexplicable sword skills that did not follow common sense. Every move he made hit him first, making him feel very uncomfortable. From beginning to end, Qin Wushuang had been pierced by his sword of. All his temperament and all his prepared sword moves disheveled his sword moves, all his momentum and all the sword moves he had prepared. Of the sword moves of the sword attack of Qin Wushuang had. Xia Feihong gave a long hiss and took 2 steps back. He held the sword with his hand and said angrily, "Qin Wushuang, what tricks are you using? Not the gentleman's sword." "What is the so-called gentleman's sword?" Qin Wushuang asked lightly. "When gentlemen compete in swordsmanship, it's fair and square. What we compete in is strength, the refinement of the sword intent, and the momentum of the sword moving like a dragon or snake. However, your messy moves are a complete disgrace to swordsmen." Xia Feihong was truly going crazy. Qin Wushuang sighed helplessly and laughed. "Xia Feihong, with your stage, you are qualified to talk about sword intent. I already said that there is no strong or weak sword moves, only high and low stages. The gentleman's sword you speak of is a child's play. The sword is a weapon to kill people. The difference between a gentleman and a villain is not in sword techniques, but in mind trick. You can't even see through my sword intent, yet you dare to talk about the refinement of the sword intent. Indeed, you are an arrogant person." Immediately, Qin Wushuang said with a serious expression, "Since you want to compete with sword techniques, that's fine. Let's compare sword intents and see who is worthy of being called a dragon and snake sword. After saying that, he shook his wrist and activated his spiritual energy. Waves of sword cries, like the mournful cry of a dragon or the cry of a phoenix, emitted waves of soul-stirring sword cries, and spread out in circles. Qin Wushuang waved the violet sun sword and shouted, "Xia Feihong, I will let you use your full set of sword techniques, and let you display the sword techniques that you are so proud of. Let's see whose sword technique is worthy of the word sword intent." After saying that, Qin Wushuang activated his sword momentum and locked onto a range of 100 meters, completely enveloping Xia Feihong within the range of this attack. He was ready to attack. Qin Wushuang did not attack forcefully, he was waiting for Xia Feihong to attack. Since Xia Feihong felt that his sword technique was amazing, and felt that his sword technique was like a dragon and snake sword, then he would let him understand the power of the lone nine swords and experience the true sword of a king. The whirlwind of fallen leaves sword, once used, was indeed powerful. Qin Wushuang only felt that the wind around him was strong, the sword qi was crisscrossing, sand and stones were flying, and leaves were flying everywhere. The ever-changing sword qi quickly attacked Qin Wushuang from all sides. Qin Wushuang was extremely proud of himself. Since you, Qin Wushuang, were careless and fell for my provocation, then how could you retreat from this martial arts stage unscathed today? 9981 sword techniques, 1 sword transformed into 10 swords, and 10 swords transformed into 100 swords, constantly changing and generating. Qin Wushuang only saw the sword light in front of him. If he only relied on the naked eye, he would not be able to distinguish between a person and a sword. However, in a battle between innates, how could one rely on the naked eye to observe the enemy's situation? Qin Wushuang completely ignored Xia Feihong's artificial changes. The violet sun sword in his hand was like the sun in a haze, freely and naturally, like moving clouds and flowing water. Its speed was extremely fast, constantly thrusting out from his arm. Since you want to fight fast, then I'll accompany you. Ding dang, the crisp sound of collision, the tragic sound of spiritual energy colliding, every collision was like a musical note, playing a perfect auditory feast. At the same time, it also played out a perfect sword battle. Xia Feihong's every sword could transform into countless illusory sword qi, but Qin Wushuang was not confused by those illusory sword qi at all. Every sword was able to accurately grasp the real sword qi and counterattack. You won sword, I won sword. Qin Wushuang did not attack more, nor did he attack less. In the blink of an eye, 64 swords had been exchanged. The more Xia Feihong fought, the more shocked he became. Although he had 81 swords, but at this moment, he had clearly sensed that Qin Wushuang's methods were much stronger than what he had imagined. Previously, Xia Feihong had used such an unconventional sword technique, obviously not because he was afraid of him, nor was he worried about fighting him head-on, but because he did not want to compete with him in terms of speed. If he wanted to be fast, Qin Wushuang would be able to catch his every sword. Although he was slower by a beat, the effect was exactly the same. It could be seen that in terms of speed, Qin Wushuang did not lose to him. Xia Feihong was shocked and angry at the same time. But at this moment, he was already riding a tiger. No matter what, he had to use all 81 swords. Qin Wushuang could already see that Xia Feihong was at his wit's end. He was not in a hurry to counterattack, but instead allowed Xia Feihong to continuously increase his power, incessantly urging his energy, incessantly releasing sword qi. But an arrow at the end of its flight, how could its power penetrate through looping? When he had finished his 81 swords, Qin Wushuang lightly whistled, the violet sun sword suddenly thrust forward, slightly urging his spirit energy, just right to pierce Xia Feihong's wrist. Kai! Qin Wushuang did not overdo it, and after touching his wrist, he immediately withdrew his sword, only making it so that he could not hold the sword in his hand, and not injuring his vitals. Xia Feihong let go of his sword, and looked at the red spot on his wrist. It had only injured his skin, and did not reach his bones. He could not help but be dumbstruck, both in admiration and gratitude. Qin Wushuang was able to freely withdraw his strength in such an urgent situation. This level of control had already surpassed his realm by who knew how many levels. In a duel on this stage, there were serious accidental injuries, and even serious injuries. If Qin Wushuang had attacked with all his strength just now, he might have been able to cut off his wrist in one breath. But at the crucial moment, the opponent had lifted something heavy as if it were light, and stopped after touching it. Not only did he not use his full strength, he was able to control it so well. It could be seen that the opponent's swordsmanship and breadth of mind had already reached some kind of grandmaster level. Xia Feihong had never been convinced. Then, he sighed in admiration. Then, he admired him. In the end, he felt so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. He was ashamed of what he had just said. The sword of a gentleman. The sword moves like a dragon and snake. Qin Wushuang's words and actions made him truly understand what the way of the sword was. The difference between a gentleman and a villain was not in the way of the sword, but in the way of the heart. These words constantly circled in Xia Feihong's mind. He sighed, and said in admiration, "Senior Marshal Brother Qin, Xia Feihong is convinced. Last year, I was defeated by Senior Marshal Brother Wei Yi, and I was convinced. This year, I was defeated by your sword, and I am also convinced. In the future, if I have great achievements in the way of the sword, I will definitely remember Senior Marshal Brother Qin's priceless advice. What a good there is no strong or weak sword moves, but there is a high or low realm. My realm is indeed inferior, and I am ashamed." Qin Wushuang had not only won this battle, but also won over the opponent wholeheartedly. To win with the sword, to win with virtue. This battle had also allowed Qin Wushuang to accumulate good karma and establish a good reputation. Indeed, the second round of competition was brilliant and varied. Although no core disciples had participated in the sword duel between Qin Wushuang and Xia Feihong, those Stargaze disciples who used the sword were extremely satisfied. Naturally, they had learned a lot from the duel as they had verified the flaws and shortcomings of their own sword techniques. Some disciples had even planned to ask Qin Wushuang for some advice on the way of the sword. After all, although Qin Wushuang's sword techniques had won over all the disciples of the Stargaze Palace, his words on the way of the sword had also won over all the elite sword users. There was no weak or strong sword moves, but there was a high or low realm. The difference between a gentleman and a villain was not in sword techniques, but in the mind. Such penetrating understanding of the way of the sword. Even those old guys were inwardly shocked when they heard about Qin Wushuang's understanding of the way of the sword. Even the pickiest fourth palace master, Leng Qiuqi, was shocked inwardly. This kid, at such a young age, how could he have such grandmaster temperament? This kind of bearing, even Wei Yi, whose cultivation was only higher than his, seemed to be inferior to him. Although Wei Yi had a higher stage, he had never spoken such brilliant words. Inwardly, the fourth palace master sighed and glanced at Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master who was sitting on the side. For the first time, he felt envious that Tan Zhongqi had taken in such a good disciple. Author's note, ending in the afternoon and continuing in the evening. Starting at 7 p.m., 4 consecutive chapters, try to finish before 21:30. Chapter 225. The second round of competition had ended successfully. There were no dark horses or miracles. All 16 seeded contestants had advanced to the top 32. As for the other battles, although they were brilliant and varied, there were no dark horses. Basically, the stronger ones had advanced, while the weaker ones were helplessly eliminated. Among the top 32, Tan Zhongqi's line had reaped a great harvest. They had gotten 7 spots. Last year, Tan Zhongqi's Green Cloud Palace only had 6 spots in the top 32. And this year, 7 had appeared. Of course, it was because of the appearance of Qin Wushuang. For your information, even the line of the head palace master only had 9 spots. The other 16 spots had all been taken by the other 3 palaces. All the core disciples of the elders and Shakyamuni had been disqualified. After this round of competition, the situation had gradually become white-hot. It was still a day of rest. This day's rest period gave many disciples a chance to take a breather. The second round of battles had exhausted many disciples. Inside the main palace, Zhuobuchuan gathered all the 9 disciples that had advanced. My disciples, you did well, keep it up. Zhuobuchuan encouraged them with a smile. I am not too worried about the result of our line. With your senior brother here, our final result will not be bad. Wei Yi smiled and said humbly, Teacher, it's because you taught us well. Or else, I would not have been able to carry the legacy of your line. Yes, do your best. This ranking competition is held every year. Don't worry too much about temporary gains and losses. If you meet an enemy you cannot beat, don't risk your life. Don't hurt the harmony of the sect. I believe that the other palace masters also taught their disciples the same way. When you meet them, admit defeat automatically. When Zhuobuchuan said here, he laughed. Of course, I called you guys here today to tell you that if you have the strength to make it to the top 10, go for it with all your strength. If you cannot make it to the top 10, you must know how to judge the situation. If you get injured too badly during the competition, it will affect your training next year. The Stargaze Palace believes in letting 100 flowers bloom. I know that this time, you guys are worried about the rise of the second palace master. But his gaze swept around the room sternly before he slowly said, just like what I told you before, it's not spring to be the only one who stands out. For our line, to become the leader of the Stargaze Palace, we must rely on our true strength, true methods, and the temperament of a leader with both integrity and talent to lead the palace. There are many tricks that I have never asked about before. From now on, all of you will have to restrain yourselves. Those disciples had obviously been informed by Wei Yi in advance. They knew that their master had some understanding of their actions in the Nature Manifestation Valley and the Lingyun main peak. Hearing their master mention it, they all felt ashamed. Originally, I shouldn't have come here today to talk to you about this. At the very least, I should have waited until after the ranking competition to gather all of you. However, I changed my mind at the last minute. Do you know why I changed my mind? Being stared at by Zhuobuchuan, Wei Yi thought for a moment and shook his head helplessly. I can't think of anything. Zhuobuchuan gave a long sigh. It's not because of him, it's only because today, I heard 2 sentences from Qin Wushuang, the disciple of the second palace master. He said there are no strong or weak sword moves, but there are levels. He said the difference between a gentleman and a villain is not in sword techniques, but in the mind. Regarding the level, I already mentioned it to you last time. Your height will determine your vision will determine your breadth of mind, and your breadth of mind will determine your level. That Qin Wushuang has already shown his height on the martial arts stage today. This is a completely different Qin Wushuang compared to when he slaughtered at the subordinate countries. I can see that this kid's temperament is constantly being molded and is moving towards perfection. Today, when he competed with that Xia Feihong with the sword, he could have injured him. However, at the last moment, he controlled the sword qi skillfully and made Xia Feihong admire him wholeheartedly. This is the level. To win with the sword, to win with virtue. What is breadth of mind? This is breadth of mind. When Xia Feihong scolded him for not being a gentleman, he used this method of repaying evil with kindness to defeat Xia Feihong. From now on, for sure, that Xia Feihong will become Qin Wushuang's loyal follower. This is also the level. Zhuobuchuan spoke frankly with assurance. Each of Wei Yi and the other disciples listened with a solemn expression as they sweated profusely. Especially Wei Yi, he remembered his battle with Xia Feihong last year and how he had knocked Xia Feihong off the stage. Indeed, in terms of power, he had made the other party admire him. However, from the bottom of his heart, Xia Feihong would not worship him. It was because in that battle, Wei Yi did not use virtue to win him over. He could not make Xia Feihong feel grateful. Alright, go back and think about what I've said. Tomorrow is the truce period, so you can all think about it. Zhuobuchuan smiled freely and waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Just when these disciples were about to leave, suddenly, Wei Yi asked, Teacher, with your guess, in the end, where do you think this Qin Wushuang will end up? My guess is that if he had not met you earlier, he would have made it to the top 10. Zhuobuchuan looked at Wei Yi meaningfully. In the end, the ranking is just an empty title. If you cannot even let go of the competition for the ranking, then I do not think highly of you in the future competition between you and Qin Wushuang. Wei Yi was speechless. In his first year, when he had become a core disciple from an advanced disciple, he had ranked 11th. Thus, he wanted to know how far this Qin Wushuang would go since he had also become a core disciple in his first year. In the end, he still could not let go of his desire to compete. Hearing his teacher's sigh, he could not help but feel shocked and ashamed. As far as he could remember, his master had never spoken to him in such a tone. Could it be that his performance had really disappointed his master so much? He didn't know that Zhuobuchuan loved him deeply and blamed him. After all, in the Stargaze Palace, Wei Yi was the only one with the natural spiritual roots. For such talent, even Zhuobuchuan himself did not possess it. With such a disciple, of course, he hoped that Wei Yi could achieve great things. In the future, he would surpass him and lead the Stargaze Palace and the Great Luo Empire to prosperity. If it was possible, Zhuobuchuan would rather Wei Yi lose once at the core disciple ranking competition. Perhaps, after losing once, Wei Yi would truly understand the true meaning of the stage. And he had always stood at the peak of the younger generation. In the end, any kind of teaching would be useless. It would not be persuasive and would not be engraved in his heart. Only, Zhuobuchuan could not wait for this defeat. Apparently, it would not happen this year. Perhaps, in 3 or 5 years, when that Qin Wushuang has grown, he can let Yi taste the feeling of being defeated. Haha, only, if the other palace masters knew about my thoughts, they would think that I am helping an outsider. How could I hope for my disciple to lose once? Stage. Zhuobuchuan smiled helplessly. Across the entire Stargaze Palace, there were many elite warriors. Each of the 5 palace masters were rare elite warriors and were all advanced stage warriors. Although the other 4 palace masters were not much weaker than him, in many cases, Zhuobuchuan still felt that it was difficult to find a good friend. He also knew that he could not blame them. The other 4 hall masters were not in the position of first hall master, so they were able to view many problems from the perspective of this position. After a day of rest, the third round of competition started like a raging fire. This time, there were only 32 core disciples left. After today, another 16 people would be disqualified. For this round, the seeded candidates will not enjoy any special benefits. All participating disciples are equal. The lots struck each other and were drawn out in pairs. They were each other's opponent. In other words, between the seeded candidates, they will not avoid each other. In this round, for sure, the seeded candidates will encounter each other. The head palace master smiled and waved his arm. Are you guys ready? Ready. Everyone answered in unison. Okay, since the competition has come to this point, let's not talk too much. Your lots are inside. Still, the 5 palace masters will take turns to draw lots. Every 2 lots drawn will be your opponent. The head palace master waved his hand and let Tian Zhixing, the 5th palace master, go forward. Soon, the lots were set. In this round, Qin Wushuang still did not encounter a seeded candidate. His opponent was the disciple who ranked 26th last year. Qin Wushuang glanced at him and could not help but feel shocked inwardly. How could it be such a coincidence? Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. For this person, Qin Wushuang judged from his body shape and weapon. Indeed, this opponent was his opponent from the last round of the gambling competition. If he remembered correctly, that person should belong to the line of the head palace master. Obviously, that person also recognized Qin Wushuang. The autumn water soared on Qin Wushuang's back and the snake-shaped soft whip left a deep impression on him. The last defeat made him speechless. It could almost be said that he was swept away by Qin Wushuang. No matter how he deduced and hypothesized countless possibilities. But in the end, he sadly found that he could not shake Qin Wushuang's defense, nor could he avoid his ghost-like middle finger sword. And this opponent that made him feel powerless was Qin Wushuang. His master had just praised him the night before, and recommended him to be on the same level as his eldest senior brother Wei Yi. His master's warning was still lingering in his ears. Number 26 sighed and deduced again in his mind. He continued to make assumptions, but in the end, he sadly found that no matter what, he could not shake Qin Wushuang's absolute advantage. If you can't rush into the top 10, you have to know how to judge the situation. If you are too seriously injured during the competition, it will affect next year's cultivation. His master's teachings seemed to linger in his ears. Number 26 helplessly shook his head and walked to the referee's side. He helplessly sighed and said, "Mr. Deacon, this battle, I admit defeat." Admit defeat? The referee was stunned. P.S. There are still 3 chapters left. I will dedicate all of them to everyone before 21:30. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 226. That number 26 nodded with certainty. "I admit defeat." That butler said curiously, "Surrendering before a battle is not the style of the Stargaze disciples. If you admit defeat, you'll be throwing the sect's face and also your master's face. It's not losing face." 26 shook his head with certainty. "I had a battle with Qin Wushuang. That battle happened a little more than a month ago. In that battle, I could not win against him. In this month, I have been recovering from my injuries. I had just recovered and my strength did not increase. However, he seemed to have increased his strength. It's a wise decision to give up this battle. It's not wise to do it despite knowing that it's impossible." That butler realized the light. "I see. That's right, since you guys had already determined the victor a month ago, then there's no need for another battle. A gentleman helps the beauty of others. Although you admitted defeat in this battle, your temperament is extraordinary. Compared to those pestering people, you are at a higher stage. Thank you for your compliment. I will leave now." That number 26 glanced at Qin Wushuang from afar and felt extremely upset. However, he had no other choice and turned to leave. That butler walked up the stage and said loudly, "Qin Wushuang, your opponent admitted defeat. For this round, you automatically advance." Qin Wushuang was stunned. With his understanding of that person, he was not someone who would admit defeat in order to fight. Since it was an old opponent in this round, there would not be anything new. Initially, he had planned to finish this round quickly. Unexpectedly, the other party had given up. He didn't know that he had won this round without a fight because of the words of the head palace master. It had helped him advance easily. This way, Qin Wushuang had advanced to the top 16 with the easiest time. Of course, he was not the only one with an easy time. Wei Yi's opponent also chose to admit defeat without hesitation after resisting for 3 or 4 rounds. He did not want to end up like Wei Yi's opponent from last year. He did not want to get knocked off the stage in a sorry state. When facing a monstrous figure like Wei Yi, it was enough to resist for 2 rounds. Even if he returned, his sect would not blame him. Qin Wushuang walked around in front of each martial arts stage. He was also very concerned about the battle situation of his martial brothers. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gaze lock onto him. Without even looking, he knew that the owner of this gaze was extremely familiar. That was the leader of the younger generation in the Stargaze Palace, senior brother Wei Yi. Qin Wushuang smiled. Senior martial brother Wei Yi. Wei Yi did not expect that Qin Wushuang would take the initiative to greet him. He also smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Qin, you finished your battle?" "Yes, I was very lucky this round." Senior martial brother Wei, you're the most straightforward. I heard that your opponents were basically scared before the battle started and took the initiative to admit defeat. Haha. Qin Wushuang's friendliness made Wei Yi feel that he was going overboard if he continued to be nervous. He smiled and said, "Those junior brothers are too kind. There is no harm in sparring with each other. There was no need to deliberately give in. You should give me, the senior martial brother, a chance to warm up." "Yes, that's right." Qin Wushuang looked to the front and said with a smile, "I will walk around, please." Wei Yi nodded, "Please." These two brushed past each other. These two brightest pearls of the younger generation in the Stargaze Palace had completed their first real interaction. During the previous competition, although Qin Wushuang had talked to Wei Yi, they did not have any other intentions at that time. They were rather innocent. And this time, due to this competition, there appeared to be some strange feelings. Indeed, the third round of competition was a real battle. Two pairs of seeded warriors met and the battle became even more intense. They stood until the sun went down the mountain to determine the winner. After this round of battle, of course, those who were disqualified felt extremely regretful. And those who won would enter the top 16. They would become the seeded warriors for the next core disciple exam. Naturally, this list had some changes compared to last year. However, there were not many changes. Besides the two pairs of seeded warriors, no other seeded warriors had lost. In other words, compared to last year, the entire top 16 list had only changed by 2 spots. The Green Cloud Palace still had a great harvest. Last year, only 3 people from the Green Cloud Palace had entered the top 16. And this time, on top of the original 3 spots, Qin Wushuang had appeared. Among the top 16, 4 of them had come from the Green Cloud Palace. Naturally, this was incredible. For the fortuitous opportunity spots, the line of the head palace master had 6 spots. The other 3 palace masters had taken 2 spots each. This way, although the difference between the Green Cloud Palace and the line of the head palace master still existed, invisibly, they had pulled away from the other 3 palaces. Tan Zhongqi was extremely proud. Currently, his biggest wish was that his 4 disciples would not meet each other in the 4th round of battles. Only this way, he could guarantee more spots to advance. Once they won the 4th round, it meant that the winner would enter the top 8 directly. They would lock in the top 10 spots. Up to this point, the remaining people from each line were all elite warriors. For sure, the following battles would be more difficult than the previous one. Tan Zhongqi did not need to motivate anyone as he only said, "This 4th round is crucial. If you win, you will enter the top 8 directly and lock in the top 10 spots. It doesn't matter if you lose because you still have the chance to fight for the 9th and 10th place. Remember, top 10. There is not much difference below the top 10. All the disciples nodded solemnly. Up to this point, besides performing well, it would depend on the drawing of lots. First, do not meet Wei Yi. Second, do not meet disciples from the same line. This was the common mentality of all the disciples. The day of the 4th round arrived as promised. The drawing of lots ceremony attracted even more attention. Everyone knew that after this round, the winner would be able to secure a spot in the top 10. Which 8 would be the lucky ones in the end, and would the elite warriors in the top 5 meet each other earlier? These suspense had aroused the interest of all the disciples of the Stargaze Palace. Even those old guys were looking forward to it. On one hand, they hoped that their disciples would not meet Wei Yi. At the same time, vividly, they hoped that the top 5 disciples from the other lines would fight with Wei Yi earlier. In general, they were counting their chickens before they hatched their own eggs. And they hoped to splash the water on others. However, the result of the drawing of lots would not change due to human will. The 16 lots were distributed and it was still 2 on 2. Qin Wushuang did not expect that in this round of drawing lots, he would be the first one to drink the soup. And his opponent was the 4th disciple from the line of the head palace master. He was the elite warrior who ranked 7th last year. Number 92 against number 7. The difference between the 2 rankings was huge. However, at this stage of the battle, no one thought that the content of this battle would be as different as the difference between the rankings. However, to the bystanders, they all felt that Qin Wushuang's lot was not a good one. At most, it was a medium draw. If Qin Wushuang's lot was a medium draw, then the lot of Lu Teng, the 2nd disciple of the Green Cloud Palace, would be the worse. He had drawn the strongest disciple from the line of the 4th palace master. He was the 4th seed from last year's core ranking competition, Deng Bohu. Lu Teng was ranked 8th last year. Although he was powerful, everyone knew that to the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace, the difference between the 8th and the 4th was obvious. The top 5 disciples of the Stargaze Palace were all at the level of the successors of each palace. They were much more powerful than the other disciples. Since this Deng Bohu was the #1 disciple from the line of the 4th Palace Master, his strength was on par with Ju Fu. Not to mention Lu Teng. Lu Teng thought that he was the one with the worst lot in the Green Cloud Palace. Unexpectedly, Jian Rui's lot was even worse than his. His opponent was Wei Yi. The Wei Yi that no one wanted to face. Even Tan Zhongqi cursed inwardly that the luck of the draw was ordinary. None of the 3 disciples had a good lot. Especially Lu Teng's lot, it would most likely affect his plan to aim for the 3 top 10 spots. Fortunately, on the side of the Green Cloud Palace, they had drawn another good lot. Ju Fu's opponent was one of the 2 weakest in the top 16. This way, the situation at the Green Cloud Palace had become complicated. They had the upper lot, the middle lot, the lower lot, and the lower lot. Tan Zhongqi glanced across the faces of the 4 disciples and paused for a moment on Lu Teng's face. Apparently, he was hinting to him that if he could not beat him, he should strategically give up and aim for the 9th and 10th place in the following competition. Although to Lu Teng, it was a drop in the ranking, to the Green Cloud Palace as a whole, it was a strategic move. Tan Zhongqi knew clearly that whether he could get 3 spots in the top 10, the answer would depend on Lu Teng. If he chose to fight with Deng Bohu head-on, it would cause him to consume too much of his energy or get severely injured. Then, for sure, it would affect the competition for the second half of the top 16. Most likely, he would not even be qualified to fight for the 9th and 10th place. But if he strategically gave up and entered the second half of the competition, he would have an advantage in terms of strength. The 9th or 10th place was basically a sure thing. As for the 3rd disciple, Jian Rui, Tan Zhongqi's only request for him to fight against Wei Yi was to give up and admit defeat. Whoever met Wei Yi would be unlucky. This was the rule of the past generations and there was nothing much to say. Ju Fu won and advanced to the top 8. There was no doubt about it. And Qin Wushuang's opponent was the 4th disciple of the 1st Palace Master, #7 of the previous batch. However, Tan Zhongqi still believed that Qin Wushuang would be the winner, and not that #7. The 8 pairs of contestants walked up to the martial arts stage. Qin Wushuang's opponent had been waiting for a long time. Qin Wushuang remembered that Ju Fu had mentioned that the 4th disciple of the 1st Palace Master seemed to be called Hong Li. He had a malicious and cold personality. Hong Li heard that in the last round, his 9th junior brother had lost without a fight against Qin Wushuang. It could be said that he was very angry. Therefore, after drawing Qin Wushuang, he decided to teach Qin Wushuang a lesson to take revenge for the previous round. There are 2 more chapters before 21:30, please wait for a moment. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 227. Hong Li stared at Qin Wushuang coldly. The weapon in his hand was a sky halberd. This kind of long weapon combined the characteristics of sabers and spears when used. Generally speaking, those who used this kind of weapon would either have a silver-waxed spearhead, flashy but impractical. The other possibility was that they were experts. Qin Wushuang remembered that in ancient times, the generals who used sky halberds, such as Lu Biyu, used sky halberds. Dian Wei, on the other hand, used a 2-handed short halberd with a single blade. Xiong Yu, the overlord, used a heavenly dragon halberd. These halberd-wielding experts were all extremely powerful experts since ancient times. Looking at Hong Li, Qin Wushuang knew that he was definitely not the kind of person who was flashy but impractical. Since he dared to use this sky halberd, he must be a practical person. Qin Wushuang, Hong Li shouted coldly. He pointed his long halberd, emitting a monstrous aura. Your good luck in the previous rounds is about to end. Today, let your senior brother Hong expose your false reputation and beat you back to your original form. Hong Li's style had always been this domineering, cold, and malicious. His style of speech was also part of his personality. Qin Wushuang knew something, but he sneered and said, I heard that you were 7th in the last competition. I'd like to see if your 7th place is fake. The fourth round of the battle had basically passed the dormant period. If it was a rock, it would soar into the sky. Compared with his previous reserve, Qin Wushuang was no longer suppressing himself. Instead, he was giving tit for tat. At this level of battle, Qin Wushuang had no choice but to hide anything. Such an opponent was enough for Qin Wushuang to show his real strength. Since Hong Li was arrogant, he would use the means he was best at. He would fight arrogance with arrogance and madness with madness. Qin Wushuang decided that this round of battle must be fast. He would knock Hong Li off the martial arts arena in one breath and destroy his spirit. Only in this way could he intimidate the next round of opponent. Qin Wushuang did as he said. With a roar, he drew the purple sun sword and slashed horizontally. A sword light like a waterfall slashed horizontally, bringing out a dazzling red light. Borrowing the momentum of this sword, Qin Wushuang did not hold back at all. He sped up and attacked Hong Li. Qin Wushuang's strategy against Hong Li was completely different from that against Xia Feihong. Xia Feihong's sword technique was fast, but there were many flaws. Hong Li was using a halberd. This kind of weapon was usually majestic and had strong attack power. It was good at long-range attacks. If Hong Li was allowed to attack, it would not be easy to defeat. The best way to deal with a long weapon was to engage it in close combat. In close combat would make him unable to exert the power of his weapon. Long, of course, Hong Li's as Feihong Fi's Feihong was, Feihong com. With this thought in mind, Qin Wushuang naturally did not allow Hong Li the slightest chance to widen the distance between them. Hong Li's strength lay in his majestic attacks. Dodging in a small area was indeed not his strength. Seeing Qin Wushuang attack with all his might, Hong Li was shocked. Seeing this, he was furious. As he waved his halberd to defend himself, he cursed Qin Wushuang's craftiness in his heart. He retreated continuously, trying to widen the distance between them and display his advantage in attack. Only, once Qin Wushuang's violet sun sword had been used, it was as if he was waving a brush and splashing ink freely. The long sword danced as nimbly as an embroidery needle. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, it swam to the east and to the west. Each sword did not leave Hong Li's vital points. Moreover, Qin Wushuang's attacks were coordinated with the footwork of the immortal ascending cloud steps. Every time he attacked with one or two strikes, he would use the footwork to move one position. It was as if he was rapidly circling around Hong Li, giving him no chance to escape. Even if Hong Li retreated half a step, he always felt that Qin Wushuang's sword seemed to have eyes, constantly stabbing at his weak points. No matter how he dodged or retreated, he could not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. He could only block left and right, desperately trying to block. This kind of battle naturally made him furious. He was unable to display his attack power, and instead, he was beaten into such a sorry state by his opponent. In the eyes of outsiders, they did not know how big the gap between him and Qin Wushuang was. Hong Li was now somewhat regretful. Before this battle, he and his fellow disciples had sparred together and talked about Qin Wushuang. Eldest senior brother Wei Yi had pointed out incisively that from the battle between Qin Wushuang and Xia Feihong, it could be seen that Qin Wushuang was a master of rhythm. He was very good at controlling the rhythm and disrupting the opponent's rhythm. It was not that Hong Li had not considered this problem before, but he did not expect that he would really encounter Qin Wushuang. Moreover, he did not expect that he would be controlled by Qin Wushuang the moment he started. In his view, once his halberd attack was displayed, the entire martial arts stage would be enveloped by him, and the rhythm would naturally not be controlled by his opponent. However, he had miscalculated. Qin Wushuang's rich combat experience allowed him to analyze the situation on the spot. Indeed, he had reached the point of perfection. As soon as the battle started, he had analyzed the vital points from Hong Li's weapon. As soon as he started, he launched a strong attack and controlled the rhythm. Hong Li was completely unable to display his full strength. Hong Li was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But all of this was of no use. Qin Wushuang's swordsmanship was ever-changing, and coupled with his strange footwork, unless one's level was far higher than his, one could not directly control Qin Wushuang with just one spiritual power level. Otherwise, under such a shadowy attack, the outcome of this battle could almost be announced in advance. Indeed, when Hong Li had held on to the 60th sword, he was one step too slow and got hit by the remaining power of Qin Wushuang's long sword. With a poochie sound, it hit his shoulder. The shoulder blade was the place where the force was applied. Being hit here meant that his entire arm was not listening to him. Qin Wushuang had obviously been merciful with this sword. Otherwise, if it had hit him, his arm would have been directly cut off. Hong Li's face was ashen, and his expression was incomparably ferocious. His lips trembled, as if he was cursing under his breath. His left hand dragged the halberd, but he was powerless to attack again. With his right hand injured, it was simply a fool's dream to want to rely on one hand to defeat his opponent with the halberd. "Thank you for letting me win." Qin Wushuang sheathed the purple sun sword back into his shoulder. Taking a few steps back, he crossed his arms over his chest and looked indifferently at Hong Li. Hong Li was obviously still unconvinced. He said angrily, "Qin Wushuang, you beat me only because of a moment of luck. If it was a fair fight, I would not have lost to you. You and I went up on stage with our hands and feet intact. It was a fair fight." Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "Senior brother Hong, you should know that if I had used all my strength in that sword, you would probably only be able to wield the halberd with one hand for the rest of your life." Hong Li's facial muscles trembled. He was angry, but he had to admit that Qin Wushuang was obviously not lying. If Qin Wushuang had hit him with that sword just now, he would indeed have lost his entire arm. Hong Li spat, "Qin Wushuang, don't try to flatter me. I, Hong Li, will not fall for your tricks." He remembered that his master had once praised Qin Wushuang for winning people over with virtue. He thought that Qin Wushuang's little tricks might be able to deceive a brainless person like Xia Feihong, but it was impossible for him to admire him. Qin Wushuang shook his head helplessly, but did not say anything. That judge said, "Hong Li, do you want to fight or admit defeat? Give me a specific explanation." Hong Li's eyes were red. He glared at that judge for a long time, but in the end, he could not be arrogant. He cursed in a low voice, "Count yourself lucky this time. Don't let me meet you on this stage next year." Encountering such a sore loser, Qin Wushuang could only smile bitterly. Watching from afar, First Palace Master Zhuo Bufan was greatly disappointed by Hong Li's performance. If all of his disciples had such personality, then it was no wonder that Wei Yi had influenced them imperceptibly. He turned around and sighed, "Second, indeed, this Qin Wushuang lives up to his name. He is unparalleled in the world. It's hard to imagine that such a young man had come from an unknown subordinate country. It's the Baiyu country's fortune to have Qin Wushuang." Tan Zhongqi also nodded, "I also find it hard to believe. How did the feng shui of the Baiyu country become so prosperous all of a sudden? Since the history of the Stargaze Palace, very few core disciples had come from the Baiyu country. However, this time, such a genius had appeared." The other three palace masters were speechless. At this time, they could not deny Qin Wushuang's talent even if they did not want to. That way, it would be against their will. Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, complained again, "Second, this time, you got all the benefits. Next time, if there is such a good seedling, you can't snatch it from us." Tan Zhongqi was in a great mood as he laughed, "Okay, next time, I promise I will not participate if there is such a good opportunity. You guys go fight for it." Although he said it generously, he knew that most likely, not even one person like Qin Wushuang would appear in 30 years. Next time, only God knew when this person would appear. In the fourth round, Qin Wushuang's side was not the one that had finished the competition the fastest. It was the competition between Wei Yi and Jian Rui. Jian Rui obeyed his teacher's orders and gave up after a few simple resistance. He let Wei Yi win easily. This way, in the two battles between the disciples of the head palace master and the second palace master, each side won one and lost one. No one lost face and no one suffered losses. On Ju Fu's side, she had also won easily. The difference between her opponent and Ju Fu was not much less than the difference between Jian Rui and Wei Yi. Similarly, she had resisted for a while and admitted defeat. At the same time, she did not forget to confess her feelings and claimed that she had always been an admirer of senior sister Ju. She only hoped that in the future, she could ask senior sister Ju for advice. The competition between LV Teng and Deng Bohu was also very clever. After a few rounds of probing, they knew that they could not win. They were not in a hurry to attack and fought with Deng Bohu for a while before retreating strategically. According to LV Teng's character, he would not admit defeat. But when he thought of his teacher's plan for the top 10, he had to go against his will and admit defeat. In this way, out of the 4 disciples of the Green Cloud Palace, 2 advanced and 2 were eliminated from the top 8. Of course, being eliminated from the top 8 was not the end of the world. At least they still had a chance to fight for the 9th and 10th positions. P.S. In an hour, let's meet for the 8th update. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 228. After 4 rounds of duels, the top 8 spots were decided. There were 3 spots for the head palace master and 2 spots for the second palace master. The remaining 3 palace masters each took a spot. The distribution of the spots was exactly the same as last year. Even the names were almost the same. Other than Lu Teng from the second palace master's faction being eliminated by an expert, Qin Wushuang was added in. Last year's 7th place was eliminated by Qin Wushuang. The rest of the list was exactly the same as last year. At this moment, Qin Wushuang was labeled as a dark horse. No one had any objections. Everyone knew that even Wei Yi did not enter the top 10 when he participated in the core disciple ranking competition for the first time. Qin Wushuang's result was already in the top 8. No matter whether he could move forward or not, he had already made history. Just based on this record, he had already surpassed Wei Yi. Previously, some people felt that Qin Wushuang's advancement was a bit lucky. In the first and second round, his opponents were not strong. In the third round, his opponents simply admitted defeat, which was not convincing. However, in the fourth round, Qin Wushuang's performance was like a slap to the faces of those who doubted him. He had real talent to tell people why he was the champion of the advanced disciple ranking competition and why he could get full marks in all 6 categories. That was definitely not obtained through luck, but through true strength, one step at a time. Hong Li was ranked 4th in the head palace master's faction. With his attack power, even the top 5 core disciples, except for Wei Yi, would not be willing to face him directly. After all, it was a bit difficult to deal with such an attack expert. It was too risky. However, Qin Wushuang's control did not give Hong Li any room to display his strength. Hong Li's attack power, which he was so proud of, was suppressed to the point of collapse. From the beginning to the end, he did not have any chance to display his strength. Many elite warriors had already concluded that Qin Wushuang's greatest reliance was his set of footwork. It was a set of footwork that appeared disorderly and no one could see through. However, that set of footwork, coupled with his attacks, made it impossible for Hong Li to escape. Combined with the battle between Qin Wushuang and Xia Feihong, everyone could easily come to the conclusion that Qin Wushuang was a master of rhythm. His control over the rhythm of a battle could be said to have reached an abnormal level. Xia Feihong wanted to fight fast, but Qin Wushuang was able to slow him down and win in the midst of his slowness. A casual sword strike could catch Xia Feihong off guard and put him in a difficult position. On the other hand, Hong Li liked to fight in a grand and imposing manner. Qin Wushuang was able to speed up the pace, giving Hong Li no chance to open up any space. He used close combat to attack Hong Li until he collapsed. This was rhythm, perfect rhythm control. Even someone like Wei Yi couldn't help but admire Qin Wushuang's ability. It was as if he could always find the most logical way to fight, using what he was best at to attack what his opponent was worst at. Using one's strength to attack the enemy's weakness. It would be strange if he still couldn't win. This time, Tan Zhengqi was beaming with joy. Basically, he was sure that his line would not have any problems in securing 3 spots in the top 10. Needless to say, LV Teng and Jian Rui were a pair of double insurance. With the two of them working together, they would surely get one of the 9th or 10th spots. Currently, in the competition for the 9th to 16th spots, the most popular one was naturally Hong Li, the one who had been eliminated by Qin Wushuang. He was the elite warrior that had ranked 7th last year. However, this Hong Li had gotten injured by the sword Qi during the battle with Qin Wushuang. Although his arm was not cut off, the sword Qi had penetrated deep into his shoulder. Apparently, it would not be 100% healed with a day of rest. Thus, even if LV Teng met Hong Li, he might have a chance to win. One could even say that he had a great chance to win. After all, these two had ranked one after the other last year. One was 7th, and the other was 8th. At this stage of the competition, the atmosphere had become more and more intense. The atmosphere of the entire Stargaze Palace had also become more fervent as the final ranking was about to arrive. Currently, there were 3 suspense. Firstly, if they met Wei Yi, would anyone fight him with all their strength? Secondly, would Qin Wushuang, the dark horse, be able to make it to the top 3? Thirdly, would there be an unexpected palace master from the line of the head palace master that would get 3 spots in the top 10? For the first suspense, everyone did not think it would happen. It was because compared to others, Wei Yi's strength was too challenging. Although he had just entered the middle stage of the spiritual martial force, it was not something the other core disciples could compare with. On the other hand, people were looking forward to the second suspense. In the history of the Stargaze Palace, there had never been an advanced disciple that had entered the top 3 when they had just become a core disciple. It was an unprecedented record. If Qin Wushuang could break this record, it would not be as simple as surpassing Wei Yi. Instead, he would break the record in the history of the Stargaze Palace and become the record holder. It was an incredible achievement. The Stargaze Palace had existed for thousands of years and passed down many generations. It was apparent how difficult it was to break such a record. The third suspense was also related to the line of the second palace master of the Green Cloud Palace. Currently, besides the line of the head palace master, only the line of the second palace master was qualified to aim for 3 spots in the top 10. Everyone could see the situation clearly. With this suspense, the 5th round of drawing lots was played out once again. On the day of the 5th round of competition, the weather continued to clear up. On this day, not only would the top 8 fight, the 9th to 16th would also fight. It was because any ranking after the top 16 would be determined through duels. And the method used was the same as the top 8. The 9th place would be the same as the champion of the top 8. From the process to the process, it would be the same. Under everyone's gaze, the head palace master said with a smile, "This time, there are 2 new faces in the top 8. This is something worth celebrating." What does this mean? It means that the Stargaze Palace does not lack fresh blood and replacements. Only such competition would allow all disciples to stay alert at all times. They would fight for honor, ranking, and dignity. Without further ado, back to the main topic. First, it was the drawing of lots for the top 8. This time, regardless of how the lots are drawn, it will be a battle between the strong. The following duels will become more and more exciting. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Stargaze Palace felt their blood boil. All of them revealed a fanatical look as they stared at the drawing of lots. Each of them raised their heads and hoped that the results would come out soon. They really wanted to know what would happen after the drawing of lots. Some people were disgusted by the dark horse and held a strange hostility towards Qin Wushuang. They were even praying that Qin Wushuang would meet senior brother Wei Yi so that he would not continue to rise. Of course, this was only the thoughts of a small portion of people. Most of the disciples hoped that Qin Wushuang would not meet Wei Yi. They wanted to see how far this dark horse would go. The 5th palace master went forward and drew the first lot. It was the number 1 disciple of the 3rd palace master, Zhao Muji. When the second lot was drawn, the 5th palace master revealed a strange expression. He glanced at Tan Zhongqi, the 2nd palace master, and laughed. Zhao Muji's opponent is the big dark horse Qin. Zhao Muji against Qin Wushuang. The result of the first lot had come out like this. Tan Zhongqi's face was calm as a trace of a playful smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. The third palace master was also expressionless. Yet, he mumbled to himself, "Big dark horse. Ha ha, this is where the big dark horse's journey ends." However, Tan Zhongqi said lightly, "That might not be the case. Third, Zhao Muji is your most prized disciple. However, it's hard to say who will win in this battle. The second group of opponents would be the battle between the best disciples of the second and fourth palace masters. Zhu Fu against Deng Bohu. Earlier, Deng Bohu had eliminated Lu Ting from the line of the second palace master. Now, he had met Zhu Fu. Indeed, it was a bit of revenge. The third group would be a civil war between the disciples of the head palace master. It would be Wei Yi against Huang Chaoyang, the third disciple of Zhuobuchuan. The fourth group would be the last two in the top 8. One of them would be Miao Zhongxia, the number 1 disciple of the fifth palace master. He would be fighting against Lu Shaonan, the second disciple of the head palace master. These two, one of them was the fifth and the other was the sixth. They had also fought against each other once. At that time, Miao Zhongxia had won by a narrow margin. And this time, it seemed to be fate that they would meet again in the battle for the top 8. Each of the 4 groups of opponents had their own points of interest and excitement. Besides Wei Yi's battle that would not have any suspense, the other 3 matches had many points of interest. For example, would Deng Bohu win against Zhu Fu? For example, would the fated battle between Miao Zhongxia and Lu Shaonan lead to a completely different situation? Or for example, would Qin Wushuang, the dark horse, continue to behave atrociously? Would he be able to drag down Zhao Muji, the third-place finisher of last year's core ranking competition? After the results of the draw came out, Qin Wushuang's heart was as calm as still water. He knew that this would be the most difficult battle he had encountered since the start of this core competition. He had met Zhao Muji once when he had gone to collect his rewards after the gambling competition. At that time, Zhao Muji had asked him about his teacher's background. However, Qin Wushuang had politely refused to answer. At that time, Zhao Muji still had some animosity in his heart. Now, seeing that Qin Wushuang had become his opponent, considering the competition between his teacher and the second palace master, and considering the humiliation that Qi Yinfeng had suffered at the hands of Qin Wushuang, Zhao Muji felt that no matter what, he had to use all his strength to kick this dark horse out of the competition. Without a doubt, Qin Wushuang's thoughts were exactly the same as his. He only had one thought now, which was to go forward and surpass Zhao Muji. He would enter the top 4 grandly and join his senior sister, Zhu Fu, in the top 4. At this time, Zhao Muji had already changed from his scholarly attire to a combat suit. His handsome face was covered with a layer of frost as he looked coldly at Qin Wushuang. "Junior brother Qin, back then in the Nature Manifestation Valley, you had deliberately concealed your identity. Who would have thought that such a big dark horse like you would appear unknowingly? However, I, Zhao Muji, have an indecent nickname in the past, which is called the Dark Horse Killer. All the dark horses are destined to come to an abrupt end when they reach my level." Qin Wushuang laughed involuntarily. He thought to himself, if you want to say something ruthless, just say it. Why do you have to say it so elegantly? He then smiled faintly. "Senior brother Zhao, I don't have such a ferocious nickname like yours, but I know that in the arena, what counts is strength and truth, not talking. If you are too full of yourself and can't fulfill your promise, won't you lose face?" The two of them were already competing with each other in their words. This battle was destined to be a tough battle of wits and courage. Qin Wushuang would not allow himself to fall behind in terms of momentum in any segment. Fighting for a moment could very likely influence the entire battle situation. P.S. The 8th update has arrived as promised. I'm really tired. I don't even have time to open my QQ or look at the book reviews and comments section. Yes, November, Li Tian has finally given a perfect answer to all the readers. In the remaining time, Li Tian will wait to see your answers. We will continue tomorrow. The final suspense will also be revealed. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, Support the original reading. Chapter 229. Zhao Muji had the appearance of a weak scholar. However, regardless of his temperament or his methods, he was not as weak as his appearance suggested. He stood on the martial arts stage with a confident expression. A trace of playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth as if he carried some unruliness. Although this Zhao Muji could not be ranked number 1 among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace, he had always been one of the top 3 candidates. However, in terms of confidence and elegance, even Wei Yi, the senior brother, had to admit defeat in the hearts of the female disciples. It was because Zhao Muji had a special temperament that attracted girls. That was to act cool. To a man, such temperament was highly infuriating. However, when used on a girl, it would kill anyone. Currently, Zhao Muji's expression made all those female disciples watching from the Stargaze Palace dumbstruck. Their mouths and tongues felt dry. They could not help but clap for Zhao Muji. Qin Wushuang watched this scene with a smile. He had to admit that if senior brother Zhao Muji were to participate in the beauty pageant, he would have a bright future. Only, this was the martial arts stage. His actions made Qin Wushuang feel like vomiting. Qin Wushuang's snake-shaped soft whip did not have any new breakthroughs. Initially, Zhao Muji had already seen it at the gambling competition. Clearly, there was no need to use it. This time, he decided to use the sword. He would use the Violet Sun Sword to perform the Lone Nine Sword. He would use the ever-changing sword intent of the Lone Nine Sword to deal with Zhao Muji. Then, he would use the coagulated sword and the power of Deep North to launch a surprise attack on Zhao Muji. These were the 10 strategies. Suddenly, the smile on Zhao Muji's face became even more strange. At this moment, Zhao Muji swung his sleeves, and a pair of magistrate brushes that were about 2 feet long appeared in his hands out of nowhere. These magistrate brushes were about the same thickness as a normal long spear. The tip of the brush was extremely sharp. Under the sunlight, it emitted waves of silver lights and appeared somewhat enchanting. Naturally, such weapons were unconventional weapons. Compared to swords, spears, and sticks, they were extremely strange. When Qin Wushuang saw Zhao Muji take out the pair of magistrate brushes, he knew that this person was not simple. With the judge's pen in hand, Zhao Muji's body suddenly rushed forward with a tap of his foot. It was as if he did not use any strength at all. It was as if he was suddenly pulled forward by a force. His speed was extremely fast. Fluttering like a gust of wind, he arrived in front of Qin Wushuang. The magistrate's brush had already struck out 7 or 8 times. Each time, it was aimed at Qin Wushuang's vital acupoints. The magistrate brush's moves were mostly used for stabbing, piercing, and penetrating. These attacks were extremely damaging. The force passed through the tip of the magistrate's brush, causing the void to tremble and sizzle. When Qin Wushuang saw that the magistrate's brush's attack was so tricky, he held the Violet Sun Sword in front of his chest. His footsteps were not messed up at all. He dodged left and right, taking a few steps to disperse the first wave of attack. Zhao Muji's shoulders trembled. His body suddenly accelerated and he started to circle around Qin Wushuang. Along with the speed of this circle, the magistrate's brush in his hand did not stop at all. With the same rhythm, it moved left and right. It was as if a bullet had left the chamber, constantly piercing towards Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang suddenly felt as if he was in a rain of bullets. He could not divert his hands and feet to attack Zhao Muji. He could only use the immortal Lingyun steps to completely defend himself. While dodging, he observed the pattern of Zhao Muji's attack. This Zhao Muji was indeed not to be underestimated. From his attack, it was completely impossible to analyze what kind of rhythm was suitable for him. Was it fast, slow, hurried, or slow? However, Zhao Muji's attack seemed to have no rhythm, but it was full of deterrence. It made Qin Wushuang have no choice but to go all out. He realized that the method Zhao Muji used was the same method he used to deal with Hong Li. He took the initiative to attack and did not give the opponent any chance to breathe. However, Qin Wushuang was different from Hong Li. Hong Li could not counterattack and could not breathe. That was because there was a fatal weakness in his movement. Qin Wushuang, on the other hand, was precisely his strength in small movements. After being attacked by Zhao Muji for a few times, he already had some understanding of avoiding the spiritual power shot out by the magistrate's brush. Zhao Muji's attack was completely to test Qin Wushuang's rhythm. He used the chaotic rhythm to disrupt Qin Wushuang's rhythm in an attempt to win in the chaos. However, he did not know that Qin Wushuang was also an expert in chaotic battles. The two of them exchanged blows. No matter how Zhao Muji attacked, Qin Wushuang only smiled with a calm expression. However, his feet seemed to have been smeared with oil as he dodged left and right, completely not falling for Zhao Muji's trick. Zhao Muji was testing him, but wasn't he also testing Zhao Muji? According to Qin Wushuang's speculation, Zhao Muji's attack must have some kind of trump card. He planned to give Qin Wushuang a fatal blow when he was confused. After thinking about it, Qin Wushuang felt that the problem was still in Zhao Muji's wide sleeves. His hands, which were holding onto the magistrate's brush, were completely hidden in his sleeves, making it impossible for others to understand what kind of mystery was hidden in his sleeves. However, Qin Wushuang did not care what kind of mystery he was hiding. As long as he did not make a mistake with the immortal Lingyun steps, with Zhao Muji's level, it was impossible for him to pose a fatal threat to him. And Qin Wushuang felt that in terms of spiritual power, Zhao Muji might be slightly inferior to him. This point could be inferred from the purity and strength of the spiritual power attack shot out by his magistrate's brush. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang decided to take the risk and test it out. He purposely showed a flaw to Zhao Muji and saw what Zhao Muji's next move was. Seeing Qin Wushuang like this, the corner of Zhao Muji's mouth immediately moved. With a flick of his sleeves, the 2-foot-long magistrate's brush suddenly extended out and stabbed towards Qin Wushuang at an incomparably fast speed. With a two-pronged attack, they attacked the vital points on Qin Wushuang's left and right chest. As expected, there was something fishy about this magistrate's brush. It actually hid a mechanism at the grip. With a press, it could automatically extend an attack and directly shoot out. The attack power was sudden, but it did not lack speed and strength. Qin Wushuang had obviously expected this. With a tap of his toes, like a slippery fish, he bent his waist under the attack of the magistrate's brush and slid out of the circle. He raised the violet sun sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards Zhao Muji's neck. This sword had no pattern and looked rough, but Zhao Muji was surprised to find that Qin Wushuang's sword just happened to attack the blind spot of his defense, causing him to have no choice but to retreat and defend. With a quick tap of his toes, he took 2 steps back. The magistrate's brush in his hand was like a dart, constantly shooting over. It was sometimes long and sometimes short, condensing into waves of spiritual power attack that greeted Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang smiled, his heart was incomparably carefree. This time, Zhao Muji did not seem to be at a disadvantage, but it allowed Qin Wushuang to come back to his senses and counterattack. Don't underestimate this sword. It was Qin Wushuang's first step in grasping the rhythm. The lone 9 swords emphasized on the miraculous sword essence that had no moves to beat a move. It was fine if it did not attack, but once it did, it would definitely predict the enemy's movements and make the opponent unable to defend. Since there was the first sword, there would definitely be a second sword, a third sword. Unknowingly, Qin Wushuang firmly grasped the rhythm of the entire battle in his hands. His right hand held the violet sun sword, and his left hand was already forming a sword technique. He was prepared to use the quick moves of the coagulated sword to sneak attack Zhao Muji and let him have a taste of the rain of bullets. Another sword attack came. Zhao Muji's face was gloomy. He realized that he seemed to have not been able to disrupt Qin Wushuang's rhythm. Instead, he had unknowingly fallen into his opponent's rhythm. It was said that Qin Wushuang was a master of rhythm. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. Zhao Muji was somewhat annoyed. His special skill was this pair of magistrate's brushes. He still had a trump card. Although he had not used it and had hidden it in his sleeves, he could not find a suitable opportunity to use it. While he was hesitating, suddenly, Qin Wushuang's sword intent changed from its previous primitive state. As if it had received a miraculous power, its speed increased abruptly. Instantly, The sword chi attacked Zhao Muji from head to toe like a violent storm, taking the initiative to attack. Instead of getting angry, Zhao Muji was overjoyed. He was most happy to see such an attack. Among all the young disciples in the Stargaze Palace, Zhao Muji's speed and movement was one of the best. In the air, Qin Wushuang's sword chi filled the air as it kept shooting out miserable sounds of explosions. Zhao Muji turned a deaf ear to it and only smiled. He waved the pair of magistrate's brushes in an airtight manner. Regardless of how Qin Wushuang attacked, he could not break through his defense at all. Since Qin Wushuang could not break through after attacking for a long time, he seemed to have gotten up early as his sword attacks became faster. Suddenly, Zhao Muji's eyes lit up. After observing for a long time, he finally saw that each time Qin Wushuang attacked with his sword, he would raise his left hand slightly. In Zhao Muji's eyes, this subtle movement could not escape his observation. This must be his bad habit from practicing the sword. When he raised his left hand slightly, the left side of his ribs became an empty space. If I launch a sneak attack here, for sure, I can catch him off guard. When Zhao Muji thought up to this point, instantly, he felt that victory was in his hands. He rolled up his sleeve slightly and prepared his other trump card, the nail in his sleeve. This nail in his sleeve was made by Zhao Muji using black iron. It was hidden in his sleeve and controlled by the spiritual qi. Once he threw it out, its speed was as fast as lightning and would catch people off guard. He did not know that when Qin Wushuang was attacking, he had been paying attention to each of Zhao Muji's movements. And Qin Wushuang's so-called raised left arm was just a feint to lure the enemy in. Just when Zhao Muji's sleeve was about to shoot out the nail in his sleeve, Qin Wushuang's sword technique suddenly changed. He raised his left hand and pointed with his fingertips, shouting, "Eat my middle finger sword, Kai." The little Shong sword, that had been brewing for a long time, suddenly gushed out like a demonic beast that had been suppressed for a long time. It broke free from its reins and shot towards Zhao Muji's forehead. Zhao Muji was shocked and immediately retreated. How could Qin Wushuang allow him to retreat? Using both his left and right hand, he used two completely different sword qi at the same time. Without any sluggishness, like flowing water, he sealed off all of Zhao Muji's escape routes. Zhao Muji was dumbstruck. A person's two hands were controlled by the brain. Could it be that this Qin Wushuang had two brains, to be able to separate his two hands and use two different sword qi attacks at the same time? What he did not know was that in order to practice this skill, Qin Wushuang had done countless training sessions in his previous life. One hand drew a square, the other a circle, doing two things at once. Even the hall masters on the stage were dumbstruck by such a wondrous martial skill. They all voiced out their doubts. What kind of skill is this? Second brother, did you teach him this? Tan Zhongqi sighed. This kind of skill, I have never heard of it before, how could I teach it? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 230. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang had an epiphany. Inadvertently, he realized that he had comprehended the miraculous state of multitasking. Immediately, without any distracting thoughts, he attacked from both sides. With one hand holding the violet sun sword and the other holding the coagulated sword, the two different sword qi did not even give Zhao Muji a chance to breathe. When he used different moves to attack, it was equivalent to fighting two against one. Under such situation, regardless of Zhao Muji's strength, he could not resist. He could block the left side, but could not block the right side. He could only deal with the right side, and could not take care of the left side. He was in dire straits and appeared to be in a difficult situation. Qin Wushuang saw everything clearly. The little Shong sword in his left hand rushed forward and spurted out a wave of rich spiritual qi. Like a beautiful rainbow across the sky, it shot into Zhao Muji's arm. With a clang, Zhao Muji lost his grip on the magistrate brush and it fell to the ground. When the weapon fell to the ground, it was as if a fierce tiger had its claws pulled out. Instantly, Zhao Muji's handsome face lost all color. He quickly retreated like a wounded wild wolf. Instantly, His expression was filled with viciousness, anger, and other emotions. He had never heard of Qin Wushuang's monstrous attack. In a battle between elite warriors, when one side was injured, it could be said that the result was set. Qin Wushuang did not attack again. Instead, he held his sword and stared at Zhao Muji with rapt attention. As long as Zhao Muji showed the slightest sign of counterattack, he would use his sword qi to attack Zhao Muji's most vital parts without hesitation. Senior brother Zhao, if you don't want me to continue to attack, you better not wave your big sleeves. I know that there must be something else there. I might not be able to defend against it, but I will shoot out my sword qi to defeat you before you make your move. Initially, Zhao Muji had thought that he would get lucky and wanted to use the nail in his sleeve to turn the tide. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the sea. On the stage, Zhong Wuyin, the third palace master, could not help but curse in a low voice. What kind of monstrous people are these? What kind of monstrous moves are they using? Did this Qin Wushuang really come from the Bayou country, that place where birds don't even shit? This complaint left the others speechless. Honestly, none of the 5 palace masters thought that the Bayou country had such good feng shui to produce a peerless genius like Qin Wushuang. However, that was the truth. Qin Wushuang was the martial arts student exam champion from the Bayou country. The fact was, Qin Wushuang, the dark horse, continued to advance. On the other hand, Zhao Muji, who was known as the dark horse killer, was mercilessly eliminated from the top 4 and could only fight for the 5th place. When Zhao Muji reluctantly stepped down from the stage, Zhong Wuyin, the third palace master, was depressed to the extreme. On the other hand, Tan Zhongqi was overjoyed. Top 4. Qin Wushuang was close to the semifinals. This iron-like fact made Tan Zhongqi extremely happy. The Green Cloud Palace had finally produced a genius. If Fu defeats Deng Bohu, then the Green Cloud Hall will take 2 of the top 4 spots. Even for the first palace masters faction, it was rare for them to achieve such a result. Although Deng Bohu had defeated Lu Teng, there is still a gap between his strength and Fu Er's. As Tan Zhongqi thought about it, he unconsciously looked at Ju Fu's martial arts stage. Apparently, Deng Bohu had been restrained by Ju Fu. The red silk in Ju Fu's hand rolled like a red dragon. Not to mention her strange moves, she also combined strength and gentleness and was extremely powerful. When Deng Bohu had defeated Lu Teng, he initially thought that he could at least fight with Ju Fu. However, in the end, he realized that he had been too optimistic. Under Ju Fu's attack power, that gap had been widened infinitely. Ju Fu's attack was like a heavenly girl scattering flowers. With a red silk, she had stirred the entire martial arts stage into a red cloud. Deep inside this red cloud, each attack made Deng Bohu feel extremely tormented. Regardless of how Deng Bohu struggled, he could not get rid of the entanglement of Ju Fu's red silk. It spun faster and faster. In the end, he got lost in that red cloud and got hit on the chest by Ju Fu. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Finally, the battle of the top 4 had ended. The new top 4 had emerged. Without a doubt, Wei Yi had defeated his fellow disciple, Huang Chaoyang. And in the end, the battle between the strongest disciple of the 5th palace master, Miao Zhongxia, and the second disciple of the head palace master, Lu Shaonan, had the same result as last year. Miao Zhongxia still had the upper hand. He had won a spot in the top 4. Tian Zhixing, the 5th palace master, chuckled. It seems that regardless of who my head disciple meets in the next round, he is destined to accompany the crown prince. He also knew Miao Zhongxia's strength. Among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace, he could not even be ranked in the top 4. This time, he had advanced to the top 4 because of luck. Naturally, he was already extremely satisfied to have entered the top 4. Naturally, his words had attracted the collective disdain of the 3rd and 4th palace masters. Their strongest disciples had been eliminated by the 2 devilish disciples of the 2nd palace master. Or else, how could Miao Zhongxia have gotten a spot in the top 4? However, the rules were like this. In the previous core ranking competitions, there had always been good and bad luck. They could only urge their disciples to strive for the 5th place. Although the 5th to 8th place did not seem to make much of a difference, the 5th place was a completely different concept. In the top 5, at least the 5 palace masters would have the same status. If one fell to the 6th place, the 5 palace masters would not be able to reach the top. Of course, Tan Zhongqi was the happiest. At this stage, although there were still 2 rounds left, the ranking was basically set. If nothing unexpected happened, the 1st place would belong to Wei Yi. And without a doubt, the 2nd and 3rd place would belong to the twin stars of the Green Cloud Palace. As for Miao Zhongxia, his strength was not even on par with Zhao Muji and Deng Bohu. Naturally, among the top 4, he could only stay in the 4th place. Now, the only question was, which of the 2 disciples of the Green Cloud Palace would get the 2nd and 3rd place? In the next round, if the disciples of the Green Cloud Palace met Wei Yi, would they fight with all their strength? Most likely, this was the only suspense left in this year's core ranking competition. Without a doubt, the one with the most limelight was still Qin Wushuang, the dark horse. He had successfully made it into the top 4. As long as he could win one of the next 2 rounds, he would secure the top 3. Since he could defeat Zhao Muji, how could he not deal with Miao Zhongxia? Thus, everyone felt that Qin Wushuang would not run away from the top 3. It was a historical record, an unprecedented record. In the first year of the core ranking competition, an advanced disciple had made it into the top 3. Qin Wushuang had almost become the idol of those disciples from all the subordinate countries. He had become everyone's goal. Of course, the Great Wu was an exception. And the competition for the 9th to 16th place had also ended. LV Teng and Jian Rui of the Green Cloud Palace had also successfully made a breakthrough and made it into the top 9 to 12. In the next round, they would continue to challenge the 9th and 10th place. It could be said that the entire Green Cloud Palace had the momentum to achieve a complete victory in this exam. Of course, Tan Zhongqi was extremely excited. That night, he gathered all the core disciples at the Green Cloud Palace to celebrate. During the banquet, all the disciples toasted to Tan Zhongqi and thanked him for his training. Tan Zhongqi was also straightforward as he drank all the wine and became one with the disciples. After 3 rounds of drinking, suddenly, Tan Zhongqi said, "2nd and 3rd, you 2 are competing for the 9th and 10th place. Currently, there are no strong opponents. Hong Li is powerful, but he was injured by Wushuang last time. For sure, he will not win against 2nd. LV Teng expressed his stance. "Teacher, I will use all my strength to secure the 9th place." Of course, the 3rd disciple, Jian Rui, would not dare to fall behind. "I will also use all my strength to compete with 2nd senior brother for the 90th place." Tan Zhongqi laughed. "If you 2 can both make it into the top 10, then this time, the Green Cloud Palace will be in the limelight. 4 spots in the top 10, it will be unprecedented." From Tan Zhongqi's tone, there was a trace of joy that could not be concealed. Then, he turned to speak to Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fu, and Wushuang. "In the next round, most likely you will fight against Wei Yi. I want to ask you, if you meet Wei Yi, how will you deal with him?" After a moment of silence, Zhu Fu sighed helplessly. "Fu knows that there is still a gap between us and senior brother Wei Yi. I am afraid I cannot fight against him. As for how to deal with him, please tell me." According to Zhu Fu, at most, she would spar with Wei Yi to prove the difference between her and Wei Yi. She would never fight with her life on the line. Tan Zhongqi smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, he looked at Qin Wushuang and waited for his answer. Qin Wushuang said calmly, "If I meet senior brother Wei Yi, I will do the same as the previous rounds and fight with all my strength. I will not care about winning or losing. I hope to meet senior brother Wei Yi in the next round." "Oh." Tan Zhongqi blinked and asked with a smile, "Why is that?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "It's only because I don't want to share the same route as senior sister Zhu. If I had met senior brother Wei Yi, even if I had lost, I would have met Miao Zhongxia in the next round, and not senior sister Zhu." Zhu Fu could not help but laugh. "Junior brother Wushuang, what kind of reason is this?" Qin Wushuang said seriously, "This is the reason. After talking with senior sister Zhu that day, I admire your temperament and strength of character. Thus, I do not want to fight with you. Are you afraid that I will bully you with my identity as your senior sister? Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and did not speak anymore. It was Qin Wushuang's thought that he wanted to touch Wei Yi. According to his analysis, at this stage of the situation, whether they met Wei Yi earlier or later, it was no longer important. It was only the difference between second and third place. And now, after 5 rounds of battles, his temperament had reached a peak. It was the time when his temperament had reached its peak. Under this peak condition, regardless of winning or losing, he would not have any regrets if he could fight with the strongest disciple of the Stargaze Palace. Only, in the next round of drawing lots, would fate make such arrangements. Qin Wushuang was looking forward to it. P.S. Tonight, 3 consecutive explosions. I will continue to ask for the guaranteed monthly votes. Last night, I had made it to 5th place. Then, I got blown all the way down to 12th place. Haha, it seems that 12th place will also be blown away. Woo, tonight, 3 consecutive explosions will chase after me. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 231. Indeed, Qin Wushuang had gained a lot from the battle with Zhao Muji. During this battle, he did not expect that he had unintentionally grasped the multitasking and the defying stage of fighting with both hands. For this skill, he had not studied it intentionally in his previous world. However, in his previous world, he had practiced it countless times. At the moment of the duel with Zhao Muji, it was as if the memories of his past life and present life were suddenly connected. Inadvertently, he was able to perfectly perform multitasking without any sluggishness, causing everyone present to be dumbfounded. During the rest day, Qin Wushuang once again summarized the gains and losses from these 5 rounds of competition. Apparently, he had gained a lot of insight in terms of actual combat. For the next 6th round, Qin Wushuang did not have any mental burden. Regardless of who he met, he would use all his strength. However, from the bottom of his heart, he truly hoped to fight with Wei Yi. Although with his current strength, he was not on par with Wei Yi, the number 1 of the younger generation in the middle stage. He hoped to fight with him. From this battle, he would find out the difference between them and see how big the difference was. The day of the 6th round of competition arrived as scheduled. The location of the lottery was still at the giant square before the main palace. After reaching the top 4, many disciples of the Stargaze Palace had a clear idea of the ranking. Only, there was still some small suspense that stimulated the nerves of these young disciples. They really wanted to know if there would be someone who would go all out in front of Wei Yi Da Shixiang. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, the lottery ceremony was held again. Qin Wushuang's name was the first to be drawn. According to the rules of this round, the first person to be drawn would go up and draw his opponent. Then, the remaining 2 would be each other's opponent. As if he had predicted everything, Qin Wushuang walked up calmly. Before he extended his hand, he turned around and smiled lightly. He glanced across the faces of the other 3 and stopped at Wei Yi's face. Wei Yi showed an indifferent expression. Apparently, to him, it did not matter who his opponent was. Vividly, he also hoped that his opponent in this round would be Qin Wushuang. He wanted to use this opportunity to test the strength of this Qin Wushuang. No one had cheated and no one had purposely arranged everything. However, it seemed that some things had been arranged by fate. And Qin Wushuang had already had a strong premonition beforehand. Indeed, the number he had drawn was the opponent he had been looking forward to, Wei Yi. After Wei Yi's name was announced, a trace of a playful smile emerged on Wei Yi's face. And the tens of thousands of disciples of the Stargaze Palace who were watching also let out thunderous cheers. This was the result they had hoped for. All disciples of the Stargaze Palace knew that in the past years, when any of them had faced Wei Yi, they had only exchanged a few symbolic moves. No one had truly fought with Wei Yi with their all. Those who dared to go all out against Wei Yi ended up being swept off the stage by Wei Yi mercilessly. Thus, regardless of Ju Fu or Miao Zhongxia, in everyone's eyes, they would fight with Wei Yi only to deal with the situation. They would not use their full strength. However, Qin Wushuang, this dark horse, was worthy of everyone's expectations. From Qin Wushuang, they had discovered an indomitable temperament. Perhaps, in Qin Wushuang's hands, a situation that had never happened before would be rewritten. Perhaps, Qin Wushuang, this dark horse, would have an invigorating performance before Wei Yi, this absolute authority. For these two, one had obtained perfect scores in all 6 categories of the Advanced Disciple exam 16 years ago. And this year, the other had repeated the feat. It was as if all of this had been arranged by fate. Certainly, the situation of 2 shining stars in the Stargaze Palace would begin with this battle. And Qin Wushuang had not only caught up with Wei Yi's record in the ranking competition from the Advanced Disciple to the Core Disciple, he had also surpassed Wei Yi's record. Now, he had made it to the top 4. Regardless of whether he could take another step forward, his performance in the first year would surpass Wei Yi's in the past. Wei Yi, who had the natural spiritual roots, had the authority in all aspects. Finally, a rewriter had appeared. And now, this rewriter had already arrived in front of Wei Yi in an aggressive manner. Everyone was also curious. How would senior brother Wei Yi deal with this Qin Wushuang? Would he suppress him mercilessly, or would he encourage him with the next generation? Heroes would cherish heroes, and appreciate each other. Wei Yi's expression remained indifferent, as if everything had nothing to do with him. To him, regardless of who his opponent was, it made no difference. However, since Qin Wushuang had picked him, deep inside Wei Yi's heart, he still felt somewhat happy. Along the way, Qin Wushuang had eliminated many of his junior brothers. Vividly, the momentum of the line of the second palace master also showed signs of being on par with the line of the head palace master. Although the head palace master had always warned Wei Yi, deep inside Wei Yi's heart, he still could not let go of his competitive spirit. He did not want to see someone use such rapid speed to surpass his previous record. He also did not want to see someone threaten his superior position among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. The expression of the head palace master was also as calm as an ancient well. Just from the surface, one would not know what he was thinking. Currently, he was feeling rather complicated. This battle had come at the right time. He wanted to observe Wei Yi through this battle. He wanted to see if his recent 2 warnings had any effect. And Tan Zhongqi was also feeling complicated. On one hand, he had already learned about Qin Wushuang's attitude. Regardless of who he met, he would not compromise. It was an attitude that Tan Zhongqi was happy to see. On the other hand, he had to admit that although Qin Wushuang was devilish and had exceptional talent, there was still a gap between him and the current Wei Yi. After all, Wei Yi had the natural spiritual roots. As soon as he had entered the Stargaze Palace, he had been trained according to the natural spiritual roots. After 16 years of hard work, he had already entered the middle stage for 2 or 3 years. Tan Zhongqi knew clearly the difference between a middle stage and an initial stage warrior. This was a difference of a level, and it would be difficult to make up for it. Now, he could only hope that Wei Yi would not be suspected of attacking Qin Wushuang. During the battle, he would not go overboard and injure Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang's heart was as calm as still water. When he had met Wei Yi for the first time at the Nature Manifestation Valley, he had left a deep impression on him. He did not have a good impression of this senior brother, but he did not have any bad feelings either. However, after the gambling competition, he had learned that those people that had threatened him had come from the line of the head palace master. And behind them, Wei Yi had some influence. This made him feel somewhat annoyed. If Wei Yi, as the leader of the younger generation of a sect, only had such temperament, then it would be difficult for Qin Wushuang to identify with the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace. When Qin Wushuang walked onto the martial arts stage, Wei Yi approached him slowly and jumped onto the stage. With a trace of a smile on his face, Wei Yi said, "Qin Wushuang, when I was at the Virtuous Cloud Summit, I had heard of your name. Only, at that time at the Nature Manifestation Valley, I did not know that young hero was the famous Qin Wushuang." Qin Wushuang said with a light smile, It's my honor to be heard by senior brother Wei Yi. For today's battle, I will fight with all my strength. Senior brother Wei Yi, please don't hold back. Even if you defeat me in one move, I will have nothing to say. I will never feel ashamed of it, and it will only motivate me to train harder. Qin Wushuang was extremely calm. He did not have anything to hide as he had analyzed everything. He did not want people to think that he needed Wei Yi to go easy on him. For this battle, he knew that he would not win. However, he was willing to give it his all. For this battle, he did not seek victory or defeat. He only sought a process. After listening to Qin Wushuang, Wei Yi's face was solemn as he nodded. Since that is the case, I will give it my all. I also want to see how junior brother Qin, this dark horse, surpasses the other junior brothers. To be honest, for so many years, there has never been anyone who could make me fight with all my strength. Speaking to here, he glanced at Qin Wushuang meaningfully and added, I hope that you, junior brother Qin, will be an exception. You can make me fight with all my strength and enjoy the thrill of a duel. He was not being arrogant nor was he blowing his own trumpet. What he said was the truth. For so many years, when he, Wei Yi, stood at the peak, there was no one who could challenge his position and force him to fight with all his strength. In the end, he was still a little lonely at the top. It was also because of this lonely situation at the top that as time passed, it caused him to be unable to use 100% correct attitude to face threatening challenges. Qin Wushuang laughed. Okay. At this moment, the two young elite warriors of the Stargaze Palace started their fated duel. Strangely, this time, Qin Wushuang did not use any weapons. He stood on the other side of the martial arts stage with his bare hands. His entire body stood straight as if he was a tree. Where is your sword and whip? Wei Yi asked lightly. Senior brother Wei Yi, in a battle between elite warriors, the sword is in the heart and the whip is in the heart. Of course, they will be used when the mood is there. Qin Wushuang said lightly. Without a sword, you will not take 3 of my moves. There was a trace of arrogance in Wei Yi's tone. However, Qin Wushuang shook his head with a light smile. Senior brother Wei Yi, you are obsessed with the tangible sword. It's clear that you still have some thoughts. In a duel, for sure, you will not be able to reach the stage where there are no other thoughts besides yourself. Wei Yi could not help but laugh. You are trying to be mysterious. Since you want to be arrogant, I will try to use your so-called sword in the heart to use the mood. As soon as he had finished speaking, suddenly, he initiated the temperament from his entire body. With this initiation, it seemed that between the heaven and earth, dark clouds had appeared and covered the sky. Instantly, a wave of powerful temperament gushed out from Wei Yi's entire body. Like a perilous wave, this wave of powerful temperament had formed into a giant whirlpool. It released his vicious temperament to the outside as if it would explode at any moment and swallow everything within sight. As soon as he initiated this temperament, those tens of thousands of disciples watching the battle below the stage could not hold back. Inwardly, their entire body could not help but tremble as their expression changed drastically. Such powerful temperament, such powerful swallowing power. There are 2 more chapters. It would be difficult to win this battle with Wei Yi. However, Li Tian was unwilling to let Wushuang lose. What to do? Please read the following chapters. I am begging for monthly votes. The beginning of the month is crucial. To be continued. If you want to know the following chapters, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 232. Wei Yi. This senior brother Wei Yi, who was usually cultured, refined, and amiable, this time, he did not conceal all of his temperament. As soon as he made a move, he initiated his temperament as if he had dug a giant hole for Qin Wushuang and made him fall into this giant hole. TSK, so strong. No wonder senior brother Wei Yi is an elite warrior at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. With just this temperament, who among the young generation could beat him? Yes, I didn't expect that our senior brother Wei Yi, who is usually so amiable, would have such an extraordinary side when he shows his fangs. Instantly, The entire martial arts arena seemed to have been pushed to the heart of the storm. And Wei Yi was like a dragon that overturned the rivers and seas as he wreaked havoc without holding back. All the Stargaze disciples watching the battle below the stage felt waves of pressure. Naturally, they were more concerned about the fate of Qin Wushuang, who bore the brunt of the pressure. Strangely, Qin Wushuang did not move. Regardless of how much Wei Yi's temperament overflowed, he still stood in the same place. Like a divine needle that stabilized the sea, he stood there majestically. Wei Yi's oppressive temperament did not make Qin Wushuang lose his composure. It was because at such a distance, although Wei Yi's spiritual qi was powerful, it was not enough to suppress Qin Wushuang with his temperament before he made a move. Qin Wushuang knew that for this battle, he was at a disadvantage. Without a doubt, he would not face Wei Yi head-on. He also wouldn't fight Wei Yi head-on. He had to release his greatest energy in the smallest space possible. He had to adjust himself to the moment when Wei Yi's aura dropped. Only then would he be able to contend with Wei Yi. He must admit that Wei Yi was indeed at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force. Although he could not feel the destructive temperament of the old devil Ji Yin from him, in terms of the purity of the spiritual qi, Wei Yi's difference was limited. He was almost on par with the old devil Ji Yin. Currently, in the eyes of those spectators, Qin Wushuang was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. He was as dangerous as he could be and as difficult as he could be. Wei Yi had some plans, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. His idea was to suppress Qin Wushuang with the aura of the Xiantian realm and subdue him without a fight. Didn't Master say that Qin Wushuang was quite outstanding in terms of cultivation level? But Wei Yi wanted to prove to his master that Qin Wushuang's realm was not worth mentioning in front of his Xiantian realm. Only, since Wei Yi thought this way, it meant that he had not fully understood Shuobuchuan's teachings. The stage Shuobuchuan spoke of was not a narrow and simple upper sky realm. It was a kind of macroscopic conception. Wei Yi had simply understood this stage as the upper sky realm. Thus, his actions were a form of misunderstanding towards Shuobuchuan's teachings. After misreading it, he walked into a misunderstanding. Shuobuchuan, who was watching from the stage, gave a long sigh inwardly when he saw Wei Yi's actions. He knew that this eldest disciple of his did not take his words to heart. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not know that Wei Yi had so many complicated thoughts. He simply thought that Wei Yi's actions were to make him surrender with his aura. He wanted him to admit defeat before the battle. Only, Qin Wushuang, who had seen many big scenes and had gone through the baptism of the battles at the subordinate countries, could deal with this situation with ease. Initially, when he was inside the spiritual qi formation, the spiritual qi that kept gushing out was not any lighter than Wei Yi's current pressure. However, Qin Wushuang was not afraid at all and remained as calm as a spring breeze. Now, it would be impossible for Wei Yi to use his aura to suppress him. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's brows moved and his throat trembled. A wave of spiritual qi gushed out from his chest. For this roar, he had congealed this wave of spiritual qi into a flat wave of sound wave that rushed out like a knife. Indeed, he had used the lion's roar. This roar was like the explosion of spring thunder. Instantly, it had exploded the silence of the entire winter and the endless haze in the sky. Instantly, Wei Yi's spiritual qi attack that he had set up with great effort was shattered by this lion's roar. With a crashing sound, it was completely swept away. This roar had come out of the blue as if it had come right next to his ear. It had directly shocked his internal organs. Even with Wei Yi's powerful aura, his heartbeat had sped up due to Qin Wushuang's roar. Wei Yi's expression changed slightly. Now, he knew that this Qin Wushuang was not ordinary. Among the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace, the aura he had set up with great effort would most likely make the other party unable to withstand it and bow down to him. However, this Qin Wushuang did not fall for it. His sudden roar had broken his spiritual qi. With a cold sneer, he nodded. "That's right, junior brother Qin, it seems that I have underestimated you." As soon as he had finished speaking, suddenly, his arms shook. He pushed forward with his right palm and a palm power gushed out from the center of his palm. Like an inescapable net, it whizzed towards Qin Wushuang. For a time, Sand and stones flew everywhere and the sky darkened. The power of this palm had reached such a powerful level. Even though Qin Wushuang had fought with countless upper sky warriors, he also drew a breath of cold air when he saw Wei Yi's casual palm had produced such power. Without daring to neglect, he moved quickly with the immortal virtuous cloud steps and did not touch the sharpness of the attack. It could be said that Wei Yi's palm power had almost covered all corners of the entire martial arts arena. However, despite this fact, Qin Wushuang's feet seemed to have grown eyes and could always find the best place to land. He could barely avoid the coverage of Wei Yi's palm power. It was like a jar filled with stones. Although it appeared to be full, there were some gaps between the intersecting stones. And these gaps were the only areas where Qin Wushuang could move. Qin Wushuang was very excited. He had finally met an opponent that he could not help but pay 120% attention to. This opponent even had a powerful strength that could threaten his life at any time. The more it was like this, the more excited Qin Wushuang was. Wei Yi's figure was like a divine dragon, swaying left and right. His speed was so fast that it made the audience below the stage speechless. Indeed, there was nothing a capable person could not do. This senior brother Wei Yi's movement technique was so ingenious, so fast and so fast. He came and went like the wind, shuttling back and forth between the martial arts arena. The entire martial arts arena seemed to have become a stage for him to perform alone. And the powerful aura formed by his palm power became the only background of this stage. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang seemed to be a fleeting scenery that flashed across this background occasionally. At this time, all the audience below the stage held their breaths. And their inner emotions were expressed in full detail through their expressions. Nervousness, excitement, agitation, joy, worry, anticipation. All kinds of emotions were accurately written on their faces. As long as one had good eyesight, they could see that Wei Yi had indeed done what he had promised earlier. He had displayed his real skills. Whether he had tried his best or not, it was still unknown. But at least, Wei Yi was ready for battle and was very serious about this battle. This kind of serious situation had never happened before in any of the previous confrontations. Just by looking at Wei Yi's serious expression, one could tell that senior brother Wei Yi also wanted to end this battle quickly. He wanted to deal with Qin Wushuang. Many pessimistic disciples, seeing Qin Wushuang constantly jumping between the gaps, felt sad for Qin Wushuang. They felt that if Qin Wushuang continued like this, he would not be able to hold on for long. In an ordinary innate battle, the momentum would be completely suppressed by the opponent, the situation would be completely controlled by the opponent, and the rhythm would also be the opponent's rhythm. In such a battle, not losing was simply unheard of. However, Qin Wushuang's performance was like a cockroach that could not be killed. It made those who predicted that he was about to lose anxious. They could not see the scene that they expected to happen. Wei Yi's momentum could not be said to be weak. His attacks could not be said to be weak. Whether it was the movement of his body or the palm attack, he had already displayed close to his full strength. Although there were still some trump cards that he had not used yet, but he was still unable to defeat Qin Wushuang. Even Wei Yi himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. He had seen some of Qin Wushuang's duels before and knew that Qin Wushuang was a master of rhythm. But for him, Wei Yi, it was not important at all. With the gap in spiritual power, Wei Yi was not worried that the rhythm would be controlled by Qin Wushuang. In the face of absolute power, Qin Wushuang's control of the rhythm could not be displayed at all. The fact was indeed as Wei Yi had expected. He had been steadily controlling the rhythm. Qin Wushuang did not even have the intention to snatch the rhythm from him. From the beginning to the end, Qin Wushuang had been defending and dodging. The sword on his back seemed to have no intention of being pulled out, and the soft whip wrapped around his waist obviously had no intention of being used. In other words, Qin Wushuang had completely given up control of the rhythm. It seemed that not being hit by Wei Yi and not being immediately defeated was his greatest pursuit. And Qin Wushuang, however, was enjoying it. No one knew that his appearance at this time was indeed very embarrassing. But the truth was, he was enjoying it very much. He found that under Wei Yi's control of the rhythm, The entire martial arts field was filled with Wei Yi's innate spiritual power. It was pure and strong, and did not spread out for a long time. To Qin Wushuang, who excelled at using the power of deep north to absorb the spiritual qi, it was a delicious meal. Each of the pores on his entire body opened up and absorbed this spiritual qi greedily. And the thumbs of his left and right hands, in the Shaoshang acupoint, were constantly absorbing. Following the circulation of the deep north technique, the spiritual power was constantly absorbed into the sea of qi. Although this spiritual power was released through contact with the void, and its purity was not as pure as the spiritual power directly extracted from the sea of qi, but absorbing it was always beneficial and harmless. He was not afraid that it was impure, because in the process of fusion, the impure part would naturally be filtered out, and the essence of the spiritual power would be integrated into his own sea of qi. If Wei Yi knew the truth behind the battle situation that he had painstakingly created, he was afraid that he would vomit blood on the spot. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 233. This way, regardless of Qin Wushuang's apparent disadvantage, he did not allow Wei Yi to finish the last attack. Gradually, the audience below the stage was divided into two groups. One group felt that Qin Wushuang's passive fighting style was simply an escape route. The other group was full of admiration. Regardless of what method he used, he was able to hold on for so long under senior brother Wei Yi's powerful attacks. That was strength. To Wei Yi, who had never received a real challenge, this was a breakthrough. Perhaps, this breakthrough would create a new situation. Wei Yi's absolute dominance among the younger generation would be shaken and questioned. Even if Qin Wushuang had lost this battle, they had reason to believe that if Qin Wushuang had 5 to 10 years, would he not be able to catch up to Wei Yi? Or even surpass Wei Yi? Wei Yi's legend was indeed miraculous. Natural spiritual roots, middle stage. However, Qin Wushuang, this dark horse, was also not simple when looking at his background. He had emerged from the Bayou country and became the overall winner of the martial arts student exam. At the age of 17, he had reached the upper sky realm by himself. He had killed Li Wuji, the head disciple of the old devil Ji Yin, killed 2 martial saints, won the gambling competition and got perfect scores in all 6 advanced disciple exam. After he had entered the core ranking competition, he had overcome all difficulties and made it to the top 4. Although he had been at a disadvantage during the semifinal battle with Wei Yi and seemed to have no power to fight back, at least, up until now, Wei Yi had not defeated him. To a dark horse, it was a great victory to make Wei Yi unable to defeat him even after using all his strength. After all, this was his first year participating in the core ranking competition. The future was definitely worth looking forward to. In the distance, the 5 palace masters, the 8 Shakyamuni, the 16 elders, and the 10 emissaries were all watching this battle with rapt attention. As for the battle between Zhu Fu and Miao Zhongxia, everyone seemed to know the answer. They did not even have the interest to watch it. That kind of battle had happened in the past and there would not be much new content. The 3rd palace master still could not accept the fact that Qin Wushuang had defeated his disciple. He mocked, "Second brother, this dark horse of yours has truly become a dark horse this time. Look at how well he can run and jump." Tan Zhongqi sighed, "If it was Zhao Muji on stage, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the qualifications to run, right? Could it be that you can't see that nephew Wei Yi has already used his full strength? Apart from the trump cards that have yet to be used, the normal battle strategy should be pretty close." Zhuo Buchuan turned a deaf ear to their argument. What he was thinking about right now was not the competition between the branches, but a very big and very serious problem. However, at this moment, he felt that there was no one he could talk to. Qin Wushuang absorbed to his heart's content. His entire dantian was already filled with spiritual power, like a balloon filled with air, reaching a certain degree of saturation. Regardless of the spiritual power he already had in his dantian, or the spiritual power he had absorbed from Wei Yi that could not be melted, they were all on the verge of overflowing. Qin Wushuang knew that finally, It was time for him to unleash the temperament he had accumulated and suppressed for a long time. Earlier, he knew that with his initial stage spiritual martial force, he would not be qualified to fight head-on with Wei Yi. However, at this moment, after absorbing the spiritual qi for such a long time, his dantian was like an automatic rifle filled with bullets. It was only waiting for him to pull the trigger. If he could unleash both the internal and external spiritual qi at the same time, Qin Wushuang believed that he would be qualified to fight head-on with Wei Yi. Imperceptibly, Qin Wushuang's strategy had coincided with the essence of borrowing the power to fight the enemy. Once again, Qin Wushuang opened his throat and gave a long whistle. Suddenly, he let out a long whistle. Like a celestial dragon breaking through the sky, he had activated his temperament. In an instant, half of the entire background seemed to be occupied by him. Inwardly, Wei Yi's heart skipped a beat. He realized that regardless of the spiritual qi or temperament from Qin Wushuang's roar, it was much more abundant than his previous roar. It was as if it had doubled in an instant. "Senior brother Wei Yi, how about taking 3 of my swords?" Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. With a swing of his arm, the violet sun sword was already in his hand. Suddenly, he pushed out all the spiritual qi in his dantian. Through the violet sun sword, a shocking red light was drawn out and whizzed out. The sword light surged and slashed towards Wei Yi's chest. Whoosh! Temperament, a monstrous temperament. Qin Wushuang swept away his upper sky aura as if he had been possessed by a deity. He no longer had the embarrassment of an upper sky realm cultivator running away. He only had an indomitable temperament and the determination and courage to fight to the end. Wei Yi frowned and was secretly surprised. How is this possible? In his life, Wei Yi had also fought with many elite warriors. He had his own way of studying and observing his opponents. From his observation of the upper sky battle, he had some confidence in Qin Wushuang's spiritual qi. He knew that if he were to fight head-on, Qin Wushuang would never have the courage to fight against him. However, at this moment, Qin Wushuang had rushed towards him without hesitation. Vividly, the power of his sword had the absolute power to fight against him. The spiritual qi carried by this sword had even made him, an elite warrior at the middle stage of the spiritual martial force, to change his expression. Inwardly, he could not help but feel surprised. Could it be that this Qin Wushuang had been hiding his strength and already had the power of the middle stage? After using the power of Deep North to absorb the spiritual qi, Qin Wushuang's stage had become extremely stable. He was close to the peak of the initial stage. Now, he had absorbed a lot of Wei Yi's spiritual qi. Naturally, he had the temperament to fight against a middle stage warrior. Most likely, besides Qin Wushuang, no one would know the secrets behind this. After all, there were too many unbelievable things. In actual combat, he could absorb the opponent's spiritual qi and turn it into his own. If it were any other initial stage warrior, when he absorbed the spiritual qi of an initial stage warrior, most likely, the devouring power of the spiritual qi would invade his body and burn his meridians to death. However, after that fortuitous encounter at the Great Kang Mountain, Qin Wushuang's body had undergone a miraculous change that even he did not understand. Even Qin Wushuang could not estimate the strength of his body. Indeed, it was not a problem for him to absorb the spiritual qi released by Wei Yi. In a hurry, Wei Yi did not dare to be careless. He took a step back and flicked his sleeve. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. Everyone beneath the stage was shocked. They were dumbstruck as they watched this unbelievable scene. They almost thought that they had seen wrongly. Previously, they had already felt that Qin Wushuang was at the end of his rope and at the end of his rope. How come, all of a sudden, this guy seemed to be convulsing like a dragon and ferocious like a tiger? He had emitted such powerful battle intent and initiated a counterattack against Wei Yi. And Wei Yi's reaction had made these people's jaws drop to the ground. Wei Yi had taken a small step back. Although it was only a small step, this step was the first time Wei Yi had taken a step back on the martial arts stage after becoming a middle stage warrior. No wonder this Qin Wushuang is the strongest dark horse. He should be proud that he made senior brother Wei Yi take a step back. For this battle, even if he loses, It's enough for him to look down on the other young disciples of the Stargaze Palace. It's because he has done something no one else has. That's right, senior brother Wei Yi actually used a weapon. Indeed, this Qin Wushuang is powerful. In fact, we should be grateful to him. If it weren't for Qin Wushuang's madness, I am afraid we would not even know that senior brother Wei Yi was using a mysterious weapon, right? Isn't that right? This blade, TSK, it seems to be an extraordinary object. Could it be a middle-stage weapon? With a gloomy expression, Wei Yi waved that transparent blade in his hand and said, "Junior brother Qin, I admit that you are the strongest opponent I have ever met since I became a middle-stage warrior. You should be proud that you forced me to use the cicada blade." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Stop with the nonsense, the second sword." He pointed with the tip of his foot and as if he was risking his life, he rolled into a ball and attacked below Wei Yi's abdomen. Wei Yi's face turned cold. This Qin Wushuang's fighting style was like a madman as he did not care about the consequences. From his stance, apparently, it was not a competition, but a fight to the death. However, it was this kind of fighting style that made Wei Yi even more furious. He decided that even if he would get scolded by his teacher, he would defeat this Qin Wushuang ruthlessly. He would not hesitate to injure him severely. He pushed the cicada blade forward and suddenly, a wave of white light brushed across the blade. Whoosh! As he pushed the blade forward, the light of the blade scuttled out like a ferocious beast. Like the cold stars in the sky, this blade light carried a wave of presence that made Qin Wushuang feel extremely uncomfortable. Apparently, this presence was the natural power of the upper sky. However, this natural power was completely different than the natural power he had encountered before. It was tyrannical, murderous, and carried a mysterious presence. The corner of Wei Yi's mouth twitched. When he saw that Qin Wushuang was still charging forward without hesitation, he could not help but feel overjoyed. Qin Wushuang, although your spiritual qi is on par with mine, in the end, you are still weaker than me. Don't you know that I am a middle-stage warrior and can already separate the elemental attacks? Elemental attacks were formed from the essence of the natural spiritual qi. Naturally, the attack power was extremely pure and much stronger than ordinary upper sky spiritual qi. Although Wei Yi's blade light contained a low amount of elemental attacks, vividly, it contained some of the fundamental mysteries of the metal attribute. As soon as the blade light approached him, Qin Wushuang immediately felt a wave of murderous intent that he had never felt before. It was rich and sharp. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang twitched his mouth into a smile. In a flash, he had slipped to the left side of Wei Yi like a slippery fish. He raised his left hand and used the Yangshong sword to shoot toward Wei Yi's chest like a bullet. And his footsteps had maintained the speed of moving forward. Unable to evade, Wei Yi also used his left hand to slap toward Qin Wushuang's exposed chest. Boom! Hit by Wei Yi's powerful palm, Qin Wushuang's entire body flew backward like a kite. And a wave of red light also shot out from Wei Yi's right shoulder and a giant hole appeared. Blood gushed out and he kept stepping back in shock. In this battle, both sides had suffered great losses. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 234. When Qin Wushuang was hit by Wei Yi's palm power, he only felt a wave of spiritual qi penetrating his chest and attacking each of his meridians. The penetrating power of the metal attribute made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. He kept moving his feet and landed on the other side of the martial arts stage. Immediately, he activated the power of Deep North and forcefully absorbed the spiritual qi that had invaded his body into his sea of spiritual qi. Even though he had reacted so quickly, the invading power still caused him great pain. Forcefully suppressing the pain from all over his body, Qin Wushuang twitched his mouth into a smile. His expression had a form of swift and fierce wildness. To Qin Wushuang, he had experienced too many life and death battles in his former and current life. However, He had a completely different experience than Wei Yi, who had grown up in a greenhouse. He was not afraid of getting injured or facing a life and death battle. Just now, in that split second, he had found an opportunity to injure Wei Yi. That's right, it was the opportunity he had found. After all, there was a difference between him and Wei Yi in terms of stage. Even if he had absorbed Wei Yi's spiritual qi, he would only have the opportunity to fight against Wei Yi for a short period of time. This opportunity would disappear in the blink of an eye. Yet, this opportunity had caused both parties to lose the possibility to fight again. Of course, Qin Wushuang's body was feeling extremely uncomfortable. However, Wei Yi was not in a better state. His right shoulder had been pierced by the coagulated sword, and it was also a severe injury. Holding his shoulder, Wei Yi fixed his gaze at Qin Wushuang with a gloomy expression. This was the first opponent that had injured him. Qin Wushuang smiled recklessly. "Senior brother Wei Yi, your attack power is strong. However, my attack should be enough to make you suffer, right?" Wei Yi was also surprised. His palm attack from a moment ago had also used the mysteries of the metal attribute. Although it was only the remaining power, to an initial stage warrior, an attack from a middle stage warrior would definitely be fatal. He did not expect that Qin Wushuang had withstood it and did not fall off the stage. He did not know that the moment when Qin Wushuang's body had retreated, he had already absorbed part of the spiritual qi that had invaded his body into his sea of spiritual qi. Plus, the grey cloud armor he had chosen last time when he had entered the palace had also reduced part of the attack power. Most importantly, after going through that mysterious baptism at the Great Kang Mountain, Qin Wushuang's body possessed a powerful self-healing power that even he did not know about. Thus, although this attack was powerful, it did not kill Qin Wushuang on the spot. If it were any other young disciple from the Stargaze Palace, most likely they would have died on the spot before Wei Yi's attack. It was apparent that in Wei Yi's subconscious mind, he had strongly resisted Qin Wushuang. Both of them stood Wushuang's body of qi, of Qin Wushuang's body the sword Wushuang. On the stage, Tan Zhongqi was also pleasantly surprised. Earlier, he was sure that Qin Wushuang had a big gap between him and Wei Yi. For this battle, as long as he could hold on for an hour, it would be a small loss. However, he did not expect that this Qin Wushuang could fight with Wei Yi to this extent. And in that instant, he almost had an illusion that Qin Wushuang had taken the initiative to attack Wei Yi. And his temperament at that moment did not lose to Wei Yi. On the other hand, the head palace master remained silent. His expression was extremely calm and one could not see through his emotions. It seemed that it was not something he could not accept that his head disciple, who he was proud of, had both suffered injuries. In fact, not only was Zhuobuchuan not unhappy, he was even somewhat happy. This was the situation he had been looking forward to. Finally, this moment had arrived. Indeed, it was double happiness. The first happiness was that Wei Yi had finally met an opponent among the younger generation. He was no longer at the peak that he could not challenge and no longer felt lonely at the top. This would be extremely beneficial for his future growth. Perhaps, this defeat would allow Wei Yi to break through the cognitive barrier that he could not break through in the past. The second happiness was that another top genius had appeared in the Stargaze Palace. To the long-term development of the Stargaze Palace, it would definitely be beneficial. On the surface, the Stargaze Palace appeared to be prosperous and peaceful. However, the situation in the Tianxian land was like the deep ocean. You would never know what you would face in the next moment. Perhaps it would be a violent storm, or an earthquake or a tsunami. At any moment, it could set off terrifying waves and surging waves. To the entire Tianxian land, the existence of the Stargaze Palace would not be as high up as they were in the Great Luo Empire. Not to mention the others, even the surrounding empires could pose a threat to the Stargaze Palace and a fatal blow to the Great Luo Empire. Thus, at any time, the development of the Stargaze Palace should focus on defending against foreign invaders and the general situation in the Tianxian land. They should not focus on internal conflicts. What did development rely on? Talents. The younger generation of the Stargaze Palace did not lack talents. Indeed, there were a group of exceptional young people who were slowly growing up. However, among this group of young people, they still could not form a whole. There was a lack of outstanding stars. His head disciple, Wei Yi, was one of them. He had the natural spiritual roots and had entered the middle stage at a young age. However, since a young age, Wei Yi had always been superior to others. It had caused him to never lower his attitude. Regardless of how much he reminded him, he always lacked some necessary clarity regarding the general situation. Currently, the appearance of Qin Wushuang had come at the right time. Zhuo Buchuan felt that it was a timely reign and he enjoyed it greatly. The appearance of Qin Wushuang would not only change the situation of the younger generation of the Stargaze Palace, to a certain extent, it would stimulate Wei Yi to unleash the potential of his natural spiritual roots. When the other palace masters saw Zhuo Buchuan's indifferent expression, they could not understand his intentions. Inwardly, they felt uneasy. At the same time, they did not feel good about the sudden appearance of Qin Wushuang. Regarding jealousy, the appearance of this Qin Wushuang was a good thing for the Stargaze Palace. However, regarding happiness, they felt somewhat unreconciled when they remembered that the Green Cloud Palace would suppress them and leave them in the dust. Suddenly, Leng Qiuqi, the fourth palace master said, "Head palace master, for this battle, both of them are injured. If they continue to fight, I am afraid it will not end well. Should we stop them? Yes, let's call it a draw. If they continue to fight, I am afraid they will become enemies." Tian Zhixing, the fifth palace master, also did not want to see such two exceptional young people become like fire and water. Zhuo Buchuan said lightly, "When standing on the martial arts stage, it's best for us old guys to not affect them. Whether to fight or stop, it's up to them." The other palace masters all shook their heads and sighed inwardly. They thought that the head palace master was somewhat angry and did not wish for a draw. Only, Zhuo Buchuan had a different idea. He hoped to let Wei Yi experience some more trials on this stage. The deeper the trials, the more Wei Yi would gain a deeper understanding after the battle. Besides, Zhuo Buchuan had also experienced a form of wild potential from Qin Wushuang. He wanted to know how many more surprises were hidden on this young man. Along the way, Qin Wushuang had given everyone too many shocks and surprises. Even Zhuo Buchuan, the head palace master, did not expect that Qin Wushuang had the strength to injure Wei Yi at this stage. He also did not expect that Qin Wushuang could hold on after getting hit by Wei Yi. Since Wei Yi's shoulder was injured, he could not lift his arm. Naturally, it was also disadvantageous for him to move his feet. If he moved too much, the wound would act up. However, he was unwilling to give up. In the past years of the core disciple ranking competition, he had never failed. Even a person who could make him use 30 moves had never appeared before. However, today, not only had he used all his strength, he had used his weapon and was injured. This situation was definitely unprecedented. For the time being, he could not accept it. Inwardly, he made up his mind and thought, "Today, even if my injuries worsen, I will beat this Qin Wushuang down the stage." When he thought here, he made up his mind and locked his gaze on Qin Wushuang. "Junior brother Qin, your strength has surprised me. However, your actions have also deeply offended my self-esteem. Today, regardless, I will make you fall off this stage." Qin Wushuang still had that reckless smile. "Senior brother Wei Yi, if you are not afraid of worsening your injuries and damaging your dantian and affecting your future training, you can give it a try. I promise that the first one to fall will not be me." If it were a moment ago, Qin Wushuang would never have spoken such confident words. At this moment, his heart was actually experiencing a tempestuous shock. What he could not believe was that he felt that the injuries on his body were healing at an incomparably abnormal speed. This self-healing speed was more effective than any miraculous medicine. It was as if it was the legendary Great Luo immortal pill that could bring back life and death, regrow flesh and bones. Naturally, Qin Wushuang was astonished by such changes. Naturally, at this moment, his self-confidence was flourishing and growing. He knew that today's battle, no matter what, he would not lose. With this self-confidence, he was not as eager to defeat Wei Yi as before. In the depths of Qin Wushuang's heart, he hoped that this battle could end in a draw. He did not know why he had such a thought. However, he did not know that this was because he had unknowingly perfected his cultivation level. For him to be able to rush to this step with the momentum of a dark horse, he could already quit while he was ahead. If he defeated Wei Yi at this time, his spirit would soar to the heavens. However, for a newcomer, it might not necessarily be a long-term victory. However, he discovered that his thoughts were not understood by Wei Yi. Looking at Wei Yi's tone, it was obvious that he was deeply annoyed. He was prepared to endure his injuries and fight it out with Qin Wushuang. However, how could Qin Wushuang, who was experiencing a rebirth, be afraid of this battle? Wei Yi's cicada blade was handed over to his left hand. For an expert like him, using a blade with his left hand, although there was some influence, it was definitely not fatal. Although there was some influence in speed, it could be overcome. Because Wei Yi did not plan to tangle with Qin Wushuang anymore. He decided to use his trump card. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.